Neil, you can play it. Neil, no sound. Neil, no sound. Perfect. Neil, no sound. Perfect. Neil, no sound. Perfect. Neil, no sound. Perfect.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. I'm Yamini Mishra from Adley and I welcome you all to the second edition of CMO's Charcha
Neil, no sound. Perfect.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. By ad factors. As a great mind has said, every CEO must think like a CMO. Every CMO must think like a CEO. CMOs today have changed gears and have started focusing on innovation, technology, and growth. With shifting priorities, today it is more crucial that CMOs manage new customer expectations, adapt to a new world, and make brands more relevant to their audiences. And this is what we will witness in today's discussion. Before moving forward, I would like to welcome Bijoya Ghosh, founder and chief executive officer of AdGally, to give her welcome remarks.
Thank you, Yamini. Good afternoon, friends, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of CMO's Charcha. We have all been on a roller coaster ride in the last 2 years, and now, as we get off this ride, we are fighting to find our footing in a world that has been changed by the pandemic. For the marketing heads, the challenge is even steeper as a lot of the earlier strategies have to be recalibrated and the bond with the customers re-established. The overall rapid transition to digital brings with it its own set of challenges and opportunities. In these 2 years of pandemic, consumer behavior has undergone a change, and so have the aspirational levels. Empathy and experiential need to be at the core of marketing strategies in the new normal. We at AdGally are defining this as Marketing 3.0, which is also the overarching theme of CMO's Charcha 2022. Why Marketing 3.0? Well, independent India has seen three very broad periods of marketing. First was under the pre-liberalization permit Raj economy. Then came liberalization in the early 90s, which gave a greater impetus to business growth and global collaborations. The third period of marketing begins now in the post-pandemic era, where there is a desire to make marketing human again. The focus is on building greater customer experiences and engaging them for a long-term relationships. As we all know, India is not one market, but many markets, each with their own set of nuances and aspirations. While traditionally marketers' focus has been the urban, metro-centric consumers, today they cannot ignore a resurgent Bharat. And this Bharat has the spending power, growing awareness, and wants to be catered to in a personal way. Hence, personalization has become the key. But marketers have to be also careful not to violate the customer's privacy. This is a very delicate balance that needs to be bolstered with a far refined data science and the use of technology such as artificial intelligence. Friends, I could go on and on as the subject is very fascinating. Well, in order to delve deep into the key marketing trends that we will be seeing a lot of it in the coming months, we have a distinguished list of industry experts from across the sectors who are walking the talk. So, without delay, let's move on to the first panel discussion. Over to you, Yamini.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, going ahead, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Chief Managing Officer of Edelweiss Tokyo Life Insurance, who will be speaking about recalibrating marketing strategies for the new normal. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today over here. I would thank you, Adgali, for inviting me to give a keynote to this lovely session. When I was thinking of about the topics for this keynote, and I was discussing with Vijaya and everyone at Adgali, I thought let's talk about something that has been hanging over our heads for last 2.5 years. And I know a lot of things have been said around this, but probably I'll give you a marketeer's perspective, and then I will add an insurance industry's perspective onto that. So what we have seen and experienced right now is a crisis of enormous proportions. It was a crisis, and I'm hopefully I'm right when I say it was. It was a crisis which we never could have anticipated. We could have never planned for it. And therefore, it tested all of us. It tested all of us in terms of how prepared we are. It tested our perseverance. It tested our creativity. It also tested whether we kind of nerves of steel, whether we have it or not. But before I go into that, there is one thing that I would like to probably discuss with all of you is, while yes, this was a crisis which we had never seen and anticipated, but it is not like that the crisis come once in a while. I was just trying to figure out what are the various kind of crises that come over mankind. And you just do a simple Google search of crises since 1900s, and you will see a list of the crises that have happened over a period of time. And these crises are of various proportions, some small, probably having impact only one part of the world, some very larger, which impacted most of the world. If I just focus on just 2000s, and I don't go even back, just on 2000s, early beginning of the 2000s, we started this decade, or we started this century actually, with what we call as a dot-com bubble burst. That was a crisis which affected almost the entire world. And yes, there was a lot of realignment of priorities, realignment of businesses during that time. But that was a crisis that we saw. After that, it had been a crisis after crisis after crisis. We saw another financial crisis which came in 2008 to 2010, which actually had taken away years and years of growth of many industries, including insurance industries. We saw Venezuelan oil crisis. We have seen Russian financial crisis. We have seen Spanish financial crisis. We have seen banking crisis across various parts of the world. So it's not like that the crisis actually come just like that. We have been living with crises for years around. Two latest crises that come to my mind, other than the one big crisis that we are referring to. One was obviously a small crisis when a ship decided to just turn around in a normal steer off the course, a little steering off the course, and it managed to block the Suez Canal, and that impacted in a huge trade crisis with no movement that was being possible. We are also seeing one crisis that is happening currently where Russia and Ukraine are in conflict. So while it might not have impacted us in India directly as much, but there are parts of the world that are severely impacted by this. So there are crises that happens everywhere in the world. So having established that the crises are always with us, let's look at what this crisis of COVID-19 did to, while enough has been said about people and this thing, I would like to focus more on, since this is a gathering of marketeers and people associated with marketing, I would like to focus on consumer behavior over here. What we did was when the crisis started impacting us, actually we went and decided to investigate. I would not call it investigate, probably find out what are the various changes in consumer behaviors that have happened. And overall, at a very large basis, we saw 7 distinct trends that have managed to change some consumer behavior. And those 7 trends, I believe, have impact on several industries, and therefore a lot of industries can benefit if we look at these 7 things. The first one was we all realized the importance of the family. Family suddenly became much more important. And it was very simple because we had ourselves to fend for. We could not meet with friends, we could not meet with acquaintances or our colleagues. It was the family that was there, and family came together to go through this crisis. So suddenly the importance of family became much more important. It was always there, but the realization probably this time was much more than before. So that was the first trend. Second trend that this virus taught us is that we are left to ourselves. We will not have any support system other than our families, obviously, but there was nothing else that would be available. You cannot call out to your friends, you cannot call out to your social circle, you cannot call out to anyone. So suddenly you realize that you are left for yourself, and self-reliance became much more important. And it became what we call as a new normal, although new normal at the beginning of the corona crisis was a very used and abused word. But self-reliance became the new normal. Third, all of us at some level would have seen some impact on our income during that point of time. A lot of organizations actually decided to hold back either increments or probably looked at reduction in the salaries. And we realized that we have to be prepared for such kind of days, what we call as a rainy day. We have to be prepared both mentally as well as financially. So people who, we are moving towards a consumption economy, but we also realize the importance of saving for a rainy day. So suddenly tendency to save will go up. So that was the third large trend. We see that the tendency to save started to go up. In addition to that, we also realized that in spite of being very financially secure and everything, we were not very sure as to what will happen to us. And we really realized that it is the time with the family, it is those small things, the joy in small things that we all started to get. So we suddenly started to treasure things that money will not buy. And those, little joys in life, that realization was extremely important, because somehow we get caught up in a rat race and sometimes ignore these small joys in life. So we actually started realizing that these things are very important for us, and therefore treasuring things that money can't buy, that we started to do. The fifth trend that I see is, because we've seen that it has impacted everyone, and we as human beings genuinely, actually at a very core level, we all want to do good. And we realize, and you have seen a lot of examples where people came together to help people to get food grains, to help people, especially in the second wave, to get medicines for people you do not know, arranging for hospital beds. A lot of things that people started to do what we call as something for others. And therefore, we all suddenly became much more socially responsible compared to what we were before pandemic. So becoming more socially responsible was one more trend. In line with what I was saying, that we'll treasure money, things can't buy, we also realize that we humans are extremely vulnerable. A small virus which you cannot even see has managed to bring the entire world to a standstill. And we realized how vulnerable we are. And that actually became the realization that increased sense of vulnerability. And as an insurer marketer, I would also say that whenever there's an increased sense of vulnerability, that always plays good for the insurance industry. All the industries like us, which try to hedge the risks that we all face. So the sixth trend was the increased sense of vulnerability. And last, and which I'm sure all of us done, is suddenly we realized that we need to be healthy. We need to have immunity in our bodies because we didn't want the virus to impact us. So health became one of the priorities. And it took precedence over a lot of other things that we wanted to do. So overall, these are 7 trends. I'll quickly recap. Family became much more important. Self-reliance became the new normal. Our tendency to save up went up. We started treasuring things money can't buy. We became much more socially responsible. We had an increased sense of vulnerability, and health became one of our priorities. So these are the trends that we see as the changes in the consumer behavior happened because of COVID-19. Now, what did it mean for various industries? And I'm going to talk specifically about insurance industry over here. First is, I would not like to say that it was good for the industry. It was a tough time for everyone. But whenever, and I was saying earlier that whenever there's an increased sense of vulnerability, people actually look for instruments which will help them protect against such uncertainties. So insurance is one of those products. People started to look at insurance more favorably. And what do I mean by favorably? Traditionally, we always say that insurance has always been a push product. People don't want to buy insurance, and even if they realize that what is the protection that insurance offers, we have some belief on our invincibilities, and therefore we realize that probably insurance is not required. That is one reason. The second reason is also the industry itself has done a lot of bad practices earlier, and that's a hand-on-heart statement that yes, the industry was not exactly very transparent in earlier stages of the private life insurance industry. But that is a thing of past. So, but that perception still carries on. So you don't want to buy an insurance because you think you are invincible. The industry has not done enough earlier to get trust of the consumers. There's an inherent sense of mistrust. And third is the products are considered to be fairly complex. You add these through in a situation and customers actually, it becomes difficult to sell insurance products. But suddenly from the push product, we realize that insurance is now becoming kind of a pull product where consumers are actually taking interest in asking that what are the various ways in which I can look at minimizing the risk that I'm facing. So that was for the industry. Let's look at what did the industry do during this point of time. You have to realize that insurance industry is more than 100-year-old industry in the country. Now, what has happened was, in spite of a lot of advent in the digital medium and people doing a DIY kind of attitude, trying to buy everything online or doing it themselves, insurance is an industry, and I'm talking life insurance specifically, that still 90% of the sales happen when somebody is involved in between in helping you to complete that transaction or helping you to advising you which product to buy and then helping you to complete that transaction. In common parlance, that person is known as insurance agent. Now for years, this insurance agent, and I'll call it an advisor, not an agent, an insurance advisor is actually used to go meet people, convince the customer about a product that the consumer should buy, and then complete the process. But an essential part of this entire interaction was a face-to-face meeting. And that's how this person is used to selling for years and years and decades and decades. Suddenly, due to COVID, this face-to-face meeting was not happening. And therefore, this required a huge change in behavior from the advisor side to move from a face-to-face meeting to probably a digital meeting like this, what we are doing right now. But it also meant a lot of work on the insurance company itself, which actually helped to equip this advisor so that this person can sell online or through phone. That meant a huge change in the way you do business. That made a huge change in the way technology is being used. That made a huge change in which the backend is being done. so that the transactions happen smoothly. So huge change that the industry saw because of this thing. And well, yes, being in the industry, I can say what was the magnitude of this change. It is not easy. It is not easy to change behavior overnight, but this COVID actually managed to do that. That was the first part. Second part, if I look from a consumer's point of view, almost all insurance companies have a surge in claims during this point of time. And I'm very happy to say that the industry came together during this point of time and ensured that all claims, genuine claims, were passed without any problems. The industry has stood by with the customers during this point of time in ensuring that all claims were processed in quick time, irrespective of whether the offices were functioning or not, the claims were being passed. And that's how the industry actually came together. And that is what we call as when the road meets the rubber, or the true moment of truth, where consumers needed us and the industry came together. So that was the second part. Third part, the way I would say the industry has managed to come together. Insurance is essentially was an essential service, and therefore, while yes, the country was under lockdown, the insurance companies were working. Almost all insurance companies, in addition to being consumer focused, were heavily employee focused. All insurance companies invested a lot of time in understanding the problems that the employees were going through, including mental health, and took a lot of steps. But yes, we are marketeers, and how can I not talk about communication when we are talking about how industry responded? I think the entire industry actually quickly moved to products which were the need of the hour. So one need of the hour was protection products, which is pure term insurance product. The industry actually managed to make the process much more smoother for customers to offer insurance product. The second, I think, which is more important, was realization that we need to, and I was talking about the trends, that the tendency to save will go up. Insurance industries actually came together and started offering products which offered guarantees during this time, especially when nothing was being guaranteed.
Regarding the same. Today's agenda will be to demonstrate a landing page for the upcoming event.
There is some ambient noise which I can hear. If somebody can go on mute.
Please note that this design was made by keeping limited amount of data in mind. So let's proceed with the design. The first section would be.
Okay. Thank you. Where was I? Yeah. When consumer wanted to save more, they're also looking at products which will give them regular income as well as guaranteed over a period of time. A lot of companies, including Edelweiss Tokyo Life, Bajaj Allianz, HDFC Life, ICICI Pru, all the names that you can think of came up with products which were suitable for this kind of environment. In terms of communication, a lot of companies actually focused on empathizing with the customers and coming up with this product. While yes, I can talk about my company's products and my company's communication in favor of neutrality, I would like to talk about an amazing communication that HDFC Life put up, especially about the COVID batch, what is called as the students which never, for 2 years, which never went to college, and somehow we were all thinking that they're a COVID batch, and whether they understand, because since they have not gone to colleges or schools, they probably have not the wholesome experience. And that is what HDFC Life actually addressed through their communication. A wonderful piece of communication. If you have not seen it, I would request all of you to see it. Bajaj Allianz came up with a lot of focus on their products. We actually got, at that point of time, Sonu Sood with us, and we actually managed to talk a lot to all of our distributor community about the need for protecting consumers' interest at this point of a time. So if you see, I would see the industry has really come together during this point of time. And what this experience has taught us, and I really, really hope that this experience is really behind us, because we really, thankfully, with our offices opening and this thing, I have a option to meet our colleagues in large gatherings, even industry colleagues in industry forums, and the energy and that exchange of ideas that happen in physical is something else. But yes, these kind of events actually manage to keep us together. Thanks to people, our industry forums like AdGully, which managed to get all of us together, even virtually or physically. And this exchange of ideas really helped to keep our juices flowing. Because what also got impacted during this time was creativity. Somehow, instead of creativity, we move towards transaction because that's what the medium allows it to do. But interactions like this actually try to steer away from those transactions to being more creative, and that's what we all marketers need to be. We need to be more creative. I believe this pandemic has taught us to be more resilient. We actually, I think for people who started working with me, that was late 90s. I actually see we have seen the dot-com burst, we have seen the 2008 crisis, we have seen 2012 crisis, now we have seen this crisis. So now I started feeling enough of this crisis, but you never know. As I said, crisis are constant companions. I think what it has reinforced a belief in all of us that come what may, whatever be the situation, I said, we will pull through. We will pull through because we can adapt. We can change the way we do business. We can change the way we communicate, and we can think by keeping customers at the front and thinking of their benefit. I hope there are examples of such changes that we have done across industries from the industry that you belong. And during this session, I'm sure in a lot of panel discussions and other discussions, those examples will come out. What I would request all of you is probably to start documenting these, because I don't want a situation where this remains in memories of all of us and is never being as what is called as things that worked during this time, so that it is a guide to future crises. So let us all put together, and I think I would request AdGully if they can take up this initiative and trying to document this, that how each industry is reacted to this crisis and how they have come out of this. With this, I would like to thank the team at AdGully for inviting me this, and I really hope that you have a wonderful time today at this conference, CMO Charcha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving forward, I would like to introduce the first panel, BFSI Sector and Resurgent Bharat. This panel will be moderated by Shanta Saikia, Editor-in-Chief, AdGully, and the panelists joining her are Ankur Khurana, Head of Brand and Marketing, India Lens, Prabhakar Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Angel One, and Tushar Verma, Business Head, NeoX. Over to you, Shanta ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and very welcome to our 2022 edition of CMO Charcha. The topic that we have for discussion today is the BFI sector and Resurgent Bharat. The BFI sector is on an upward growth track, with India Ratings and Research expecting the credit growth to reach 10% in 2022-23, hitting double digits for the first time in 8 years. PricewaterhouseCoopers in its report Banking in 2050 pegs India to be among the top 3 domestic banking sectors. This surge in the BFSI sector is largely attributed to the rapid adoption of digital payments and use of modern technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain. Along with this, another major factor that has been contributing to this growth is a resurgent Bharat, looking beyond the metros and tier 1 cities. This is a market that has been coming into prominence in the pandemic times, when we saw a lot of population migrating to the smaller towns during the lockdown period and bringing the market aspirations to the smaller towns. So today's session will be focusing more on how the BFSI sector can sharpen the focus in a resurgent Bharat, because India, as they say, comprises of many smaller markets, and how to harness the great potential in these markets. We have a very interesting mix of panelists over here. Mr. Tushar Verma is here, Ankit Khurana, and Prabhakar Tiwari over here. So, gentlemen, we would like to first have your observations and insights as to the growth of the BFI sector in tier 2 tier 3 markets as well as the rural markets. So Tushar, why don't you start with your insights?
Sure. So thank you, Neil. Thank you for getting us all together to kind of talk about the emergence of BFSI and fintech, and especially focusing on what's happening in the leave apart the top 8 cities, what's happening in the other tier 2, tier 3 cities. So at Neo, we have two product proposition which we which we've got today. One wherein we focus on the Bharat side of business, wherein we do serve to these lower end segment, opening up their salary accounts, and we take pride in doing that, and we have been doing that since demonetization. And we see that this segment, while one may assume that this segment, how will they use a mobile app, and how would they be able to transact, do financial banking transactions on the mobile app, they may not be that literate to read through what's happening, what's there on the mobile app, and do their day-to-day transaction. But to our surprise, and to a lot of us over here on the call will also be will agree to the point that I make here, that this segment is a huge consumer for any digital content. So they are pretty used to putting their mobile application to right use, to do whatever they want to do. They may not be literate, but they are good enough to do a banking transaction on their mobile app. Given that the mobile app is just not talking in English, it is multilingual, and so on and so forth. The other business that we do is on the NeoX salary account, wherein we focus majorly on metros and tier 2 cities at best. And so we find that the BFSI as a segment is huge. While if you can just look at the data, there are around 99,000 odd banks. When I say all banks, cooperative, urban cooperative, rural cooperative, all the MNCs, and private and PSU banks are very limited and few, close to around 130. But there are huge banking setups in rural cooperative setups. Almost 96,000 is what I was reading some articles a few days back. So there is a huge potential lying up in our tier 2, tier 3 cities and rural India, and that is yet to be unlocked. That value there is yet to be unlocked. Around 45 crore of Jan Dhan accounts opening up in such a short time, with around $21 billion of balances in these accounts, goes to show that the potential is there. And and that's where all these fintechs and banks are today trying to capitalize on. Because what's happening in the urban markets or the metros is that for the same set of customers, there are 5 or 6 banks who are eyeing in for their portfolio to lend it to them and all. But there's a huge untapped market, still credit hungry, which needs to be yet to be solved by the banks and the fintechs. So that's where I would want to kind of pause for now and hear out what others have to say here.
Thanks, Tushar. Prabhakar, what are your views on the BFSI sector and what it can do here?
Yeah, thanks Shanta, and thanks Adgali for inviting me in this panel discussion. And lovely to have all the panelists and you today for getting more insights on the topic that we're discussing. Angel One is a fintech company, majorly in offering brokerage platform. And we are the largest brokerage house on multiple parameters in our industry. We also offer direct mutual fund loans and insurance on our product platform. We acquire close to 0.5 million customers on a monthly basis. And currently we have around 9.2 million people on our platform. So we are very large, kind of a customer base. And if you look at fintech, I think brokerage is the most complex use case, because equity market penetration is very low in the country of our size, close to around 4%. And if you look at that number from China market perspective, which is around say 14 to 16%, and then American market, which is around 34%, I mean, we have just started in the journey. The interesting part in the context of rural India or suburban India, almost 90% of our customers are coming from tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities of India. And these trends have continued for last 2 years. And there's no stopping there. Almost 70% of them are first time, in the equity market. So these are the kind of numbers, and almost 90% of them are below the age of 30 years. The median age will be around 28 to 29 years on our platform. So the Resurgent India, is amply applicable to the business like ours. And the reasons are not, so esoteric to understand. The first level answer to this is that mostly if you look at brokerage business or distribution business, mostly it was a bank branch-based model or not NBFC branch-based model. But this model doesn't have a scalability beyond a point. Thanks to digital, now we are entering tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities where branch openings are not financially viable, or maybe the catchment area which a branch can manage would be too small. So that's the first reason. Digital gives us, an app-based business gives us a larger reach in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And let's not forget, that's where like almost 70-75% of Indian population reside. Okay. So on a sheer number basis, this proportion, this portion will be higher. The second is the ease in opening account. Thanks to Digital India initiative, now eKYC and Aadhaar e-sign, data locker, all these are become mainstream. So in the same KYC DIY journey, a customer can complete the entire process, without any physicality to the entire process. That's amazing. So that's also helping us, because now we can actually do the entire process much faster operationally, and the cost of servicing another customer is like close to zero, the marginal cost of serving another customer. The third bit is in terms of like what's happening in our business. Like look at the investment avenues which are available to people in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Real estate has been struggling for almost a decade now. If you look at gold, it's very cyclical, and also it's struggling. Look at FDs and other such investment in fixed interest instrument or debt instrument. The risk-free premium is much higher in equity as an asset class, and that's why people are showing a lot of interest in going ahead and putting their money there. And the fourth thing is like we have a new generation of Gen Z, and of course millennials, which will include me also, but in the in extreme end of millennials, to be honest. So unlike our parents, there are more disposable income, so we can plan our investment accordingly, and we are not bound only with owning a home and hence paying EMI to the major productive part of our careers. That's something we are not bonded labor in that sense, that we are paying for the bank and the builders kind of well-being. And also this generation is not afraid of volatility, which is kind of hallmark of equity market investment. And also they have an open mind in terms of the kind of asset class they want to pursue. So all these things combined, we are seeing that Resurgent India is opening demat accounts in hordes for last 2 years. This has been continued, and we have just started. It's a land grab opportunity, to be honest, and the rural India is really rejoicing. The kind of UI UX simple experiences, thanks to geofication, thanks to low cost smartphone, they can actually put their money, hard-earned money in the equity market. So I will stop here. We'll discuss more as we move along with the panel discussion.
Right. Thanks, Prabhakar. That's actually very interesting, the insight that you've given. We didn't know that 90% of the population in these smaller markets are, investing in broker, in the equity markets and all that.
Our monthly customers are coming from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Yeah,
that's quite a huge number actually. So
yeah,
we'll touch upon it later, you know, how this transition has happened. In the meantime, Ankit, why don't you give us your insights as to the BFSI sector and research in Bharat?
So thank you, Shanta, and thank you, Tushar and Prabhakar, for sharing your insights, and also Adgali for having me here. So I head marketing for India Lens, which is a consumer credit marketplace. We lend personal loans and we offer credit cards from 50 plus lenders. And we've been in the market for about 7 years, catering to close to about 12 million users. What we've seen, interestingly, is that, of course, for lending, banking needs to be there. Being a completely digital process, if you're unable to get access to any kind of banking data, we can't really lend money to anyone. Moreover, it's not our money. So policies change from lenders to lenders. But what we're seeing is that lenders are becoming more and more, their focus is shifting more and more towards tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. However, these are still urbanized centers, right? We're not talking about rural centers per se. But an interesting trend, what we see is that as marketeers, we've been forced to change the way we communicate and really put something together which is different for that audience. You can't just recycle content and marketing campaigns that were probably working for you in the urban or larger metro tier 1 cities for tier 2 centers and tier 3 centers and so on and so forth. It's interesting, and at the same time, it's also an opportunity because it gives you an opportunity to actually understand the customer there, right? Their spending habits and their borrowing habits are different. But at the same time, it's a very aspirational lot, right? So like Prabhakar mentioned, the Gen Z and the late millennials, not the early ones. I would probably be one of the early millennials, but we're talking about people from the age group of anywhere 22 to about 32, 33, 34. What we essentially are seeing is as content consumption increases in centers, it is contributing largely to aspirations. It's sort of fast tracking people's exposure to what can be done with their lives, and it also creates this sense of urgency to actually achieve it sooner, whether it is when it comes to investing or it comes to borrowing and then affording anything. I mean, I'm not just talking about discretionary spends. There are more and more people borrowing for education. There are more and more people borrowing for transportation, for your auto loans, all kinds of borrowing that's happening. But again, like I said, for us, what matters is as our lenders start sort of opening up their markets to go deeper into Bharat, we keep modifying our way of actually communicating and speaking with these customers to make it as simple as possible for them to understand what credit is, how to look at, how to sort of perceive it responsibly, and then utilize it or repay it responsibly. Because unfortunately, credit knowledge comes before we can disburse anything. You need to understand that when you're borrowing money, you need to repay it, and that kind of education has to be imparted in a manner which is easily digestible for the audience. But over the last 2 years, we've seen tremendous growth in tier 2, tier 3. Like I said, rural is still something which is not something that is coming within our purview as a business or a business model, but there is much greater contribution coming in from tier 3, tier 4 cities, and that's all thanks to a large number of banks that are coming up, or NBFCs that are coming up and creating products for this kind of audience.
Right. Thanks, Ankit. And it's great that you touched upon the marketing and the communications side of it also, which is very important, to connect to this resurgent Bharat, because this Bharat speaks many languages. There are a
Yeah.
lot of cultural nuances, and aspiration levels are definitely much, much different from the larger markets. So, Tushar, could you take us through as to how marketers need to approach this particular TG over here that resides in Bharat, and what are the do's and don'ts that they need to keep in mind while addressing their aspirations and expectations?
Well, Prabhakar and Ankit can take a better shot at that because I'm more of a business guy and less of a marketer. But what I understand is that as I said initially, the content that they, the digital content that these guys consume in these tier 2, tier 3, and rural market has like gone up like crazy. And I was also I've noted this that I think T Series is one of the channel on YouTube which has got one of the biggest subscribers
Right.
in the country, and obviously a lot of us for this market would want to kind of have arrangements with them, and digital is obviously much a faster way and a cost-effective way to reach out. But there are a lot of small brand activation and micro activities which could be done in these markets to create awareness and all. So in my opinion, I would say 80-20, 80 digital and 20 on ground micro activity is something which I find should be working better for this segment. But yeah, Ankit and Prabhakar can add to this.
Right. So moving over to you, Prabhakar, like you were discussing, 90% of the population investing in equity markets and all. So that transition didn't happen in a day. So how were they engaged through communication, through marketing strategies to bring them on board for this kind of a transition?
See, the beauty of digital world is that the customer journeys are fairly predictable, and there are digital, kind of breadcrumbs in a manner of speaking, which are left behind. Okay, particularly in the context of BFSI and fintech, if you look at it, the emergence of YouTube kind of platform, which were around, but they saw a massive shift. Influencers coming in, a lot of esoteric financial topics are being discussed, a lot of content is available in vernacular language, has played a role. Then look at TikTok, MX Takatak, kind of platform, which have brought in very interesting content, which are entertainment plus education, what you can call it edutainment. Okay, so that has also happened. And also, if you look at other things like Twitter, I mean, you're hearing from the horse's mouth, in the sense that many celebrities whom an average customer has no way of reaching out or listening from the horse's mouth, now you see their instant reaction to what's happening in the world around you. Okay, and of course, apart from that, there are other Snapchat and multiple TikTok, Telegram channels, WhatsApp community. There's no dearth of option. The important bit here is that these channels provide you a larger reach. Okay, larger reach to advertise, larger reach to educate customer, and put them on a slow burn for conversion. Okay, in the digital journey. And then more importantly, you get influencers. In a way, influencers are salespeople for your category and sometimes for your company. Okay, now and also what are they doing? They're opening up the funnel, digital funnel. I mean, top of end of the funnel, the category saliency is going up, the category knowledge is going up, and some bit of category preference is getting made. So those kind of things are happening. If I talk specific to Angel One, I mean, I've been around for last 3 years. Till 2021, I was heading marketing only. Now I had both sales and marketing. I will tell you, the entire sales marketing funnel has kind of shortened in a way, right? Customers, as soon as they get exposed to any of your advertisement or digital communication, the large percentage of them will kind of fill up the lead form in first 24 hours only. and large percentage of them will convert in first 2 to 4 days of once entering the lead form. And today many of these conversions are happening through DIY STP channel, to the extent that no contact center employee, I mean we are like totally 100%, I mean we don't have on field sales people, right? Everything is happening digitally for us, right? So those kind of sense of intent, a sense of urgency has come in, and I would assume this has happened across BFSI, across fintech, though the intensity and the momentum would vary, but this is what is available. Then fundamentally what you do as a marketer and sales guy is you just keep on looking at your funnel, look at how can you bring in more people on top of the funnel, and how can you take out more people from the lower funnel in terms of conversion. So you can keep on bettering your efficiencies, with reaching out to more platform, working more closely with Google kind of platform or Facebook kind of platform or third party platform. Then you can kind of leverage programmatic buying opportunities and all of that. So to cut a long story short, of course this has not happened overnight. Of course we have seen other states now firing up very, very interestingly. Like we are seeing last 2 quarters UP is actually coming up again and again, and we never thought that UP could actually consume a lot of financial services and fintech in such large number, but this change has happened in last 2 or 3 quarters that way, right? And whereas UP has the largest population, imagine like if that percentage keeps going on the largest kind of populous state in the country, what it will do to kind of overall numbers in that way, right? So to cut a long story short, it's all about understanding your digital journeys better, understanding your end audience, and you need to kind of take care of their sensitivity. What we have a 3V approach which we have been following for like last 2 years on a religious basis. It's like looking at more voice interfaces, because that's much easier for people coming from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. They are not too much into keyboard kind of thing. So voice is a very important interface. Then is vernacular content, that's critical. Some of it we can productionize at large number, but most of it will come through influencers who are doing content on their own. Then how do we engage them, motivate them to talk about the category, talk of the brand? And third thing is in terms of video, more than writing blogs or like slides, it's a video which play a huge role. And again, the videos, some of it is produced by the company and the brand, and most of it is actually kind of productionized by the influencers, in YouTube, Instagram, and other places. So this is how we have been kind of taking advantage of it, and of course we are doing it better than our competition in the space, and that's the reason why we have jumped from a number 7 to number 3 or number 2 in last 2 years. So we have been kind of doing it better than others.
Right. Great, Prabhakar. So Ankit, Prabhakar took us through a lot of the channels that are, that the BFI sector has been using to connect with the TG base over here. He spoke about voice. He talked about how videos are being created, influencers. Now, influencer definitely is a major factor contributing to the growth. So could you just take us through how influencers exactly are engaged over here? And would you also like to touch upon podcasting over here, where the role of podcasting in creating awareness and, bringing more, including more into the BFSI field?
Right. So I think Prabhakar really hit the nail on the head with the 3Vs, voice, vernacular, and video. One key observation that we've had is, unlike video, which used to sort of work for targeting metro tier 1 audience, which was more centered around, inspiration from the West and essentially creating those aspirations of be like them. Today, especially this audience that we're talking about, tier 3, 4, tier 2, they're quite proud of where they are in terms of their local identity. And that's where micro influencers play a big role. Whilst you can have, so what we've seen is that bases the local culture, the local vernacular, the local, taste of things, it works much better when we have micro influencers sort of talking about the product, educating the product, and like Prabhakar mentioned, it's not about education, it's about edutainment, right? If you start giving lectures on things, people are not interested anymore. Attention spans are no longer in those double-digit seconds. They've come down to about 4, 5, 6 seconds max, right? And you need to catch their attention within the first 4 seconds. So it has to be entertaining. It has to be meaningful. It has to hit the nail on the head, and it has to be relatable, right? So unless you're doing all of that from the point of vernacular, local culture, local problems, known face, you can't catch that attention within the first 3, 4 seconds. The audience is still wondering then what is going on. So you need to have all the right, the recipe has to be absolutely right to be able to catch that attention. Sorry, what was the second question?
This was the use of podcasting, whether
Right,
podcasting really works in addressing this audience.
So far, I believe podcasting, at least for us, has been, we've seen it work better for larger centers. We've not been able to, or we've rather not really gone deeper into podcasting for smaller cities. Today creating videos is so quick and easy that, and it works. So whilst podcasting has great potential when it comes to larger centers where we have, it's more from an educational content perspective that works, but video sort of works much better for smaller centers. At least that's our experience. Maybe Prabhakar can touch upon that a little bit more if they've tried with podcasting.
Just want to kind of add on to what Ankit has already shared. Somewhere podcast, 2 years back, podcast was hot thing, because the industry was just learning about it. People were talking about like, how can you be on the move and consume content, high quality content and all of that, right? And a lot of podcasters mushroomed all over the place, right? And then Spotify, multiple other platform came in, which were hosting podcast and all. So we also participated in the revolution, or kind of whatever, like fashion of kind of participating in podcast. But what I have seen is that like we have done small things like some of our blogs, articles on our website, we have put in Amazon Poly. So in a way, like those articles now can be listened into rather than being read. Even that has given us a lot of uptick on our traffic and listenership of of those like articles and blogs. So fundamentally podcasts are good, but as Ankit shared, like video generation doesn't take too much time, and today the bandwidths have improved. Today actually even the podcaster and even the well-known one will actually do 2 versions. One will be the podcast and one with the YouTube version. That tells you that doesn't matter, like like it can be podcast or YouTube video. As such, even YouTube has kind of come out with their separate audio only platform, so which tells you that the novelty factor from the podcast has gone. Finally, it's the content, whether in audio or video format, which can create the impact as per your category or your company's or brand's requirement.
Right. So now let's changing track a bit. As digitization process increases and more people come into its ambit. So we would like you to highlight the cybersecurity threats, the realities of the market, and how fintech and BFSI companies need to address that. So Tushar, starting with you.
Sure. So on the banking side, obviously we partner with various banks to bringing the digital native customers, onboarding them and getting them to start doing banking transactions. So yeah, we are always around the clock. There are systems, there are checks and measures in place which do take care of these cyber attacks, and because there are definitely as the technology improves, these people try and the fraudsters try and find out newer ways of trying to fraud or defraud the customer, especially in context of these people who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Their knowledge levels may not be that high in terms of how to safeguard their debit cards and how to safeguard their data and not get kind of sleazed by any of these fraudsters. And obviously, we all of us come to hear about multiple things that someone sends me a QR code, some link, and tells me to kind of accept it, and the money moves out using UPI from my from the account and all. So while these things are there, we also most of the banks do that, and we as a fintech as well do. We do create various FAQs and modules, and from time to time, communicate with our customers, our set of customers, that whatever we do at our side to overall protect their accounts, it is equally their responsibility as well to kind of be aware about what's happening, and not to share any of these account related informations with any of these people who may try to pretend to be called from a bank, mail from a bank or fintech partners, and lose money because of.
I think we have lost some connect. Okay, so while Tushar comes back online, Ankit, why don't you take us through the process that a company like yours take to safeguard the interests of your customer base, to protect them from cybersecurity, and also as to what more can be done to bring in that kind of security from the smaller markets.
Right. So I think so one, it is not it's a constant effort, because the moment you come across some new way that people are being defrauded, and you take action on that, then there's a next thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing. So it's about being vigilant and being aware. But there are two things where, at least for companies like us, it's twofold. One is at the operational level, and then the second is at the communication level, right? Where at least we've taken, and we continuously keep improving upon our security protocols in terms of managing and safeguarding consumer data. And then the second part becomes where the moment you find out something, or you encounter a new way where people are being lured into something, you try and communicate that with the customer as soon as possible and as many times as possible. Telling a customer that you can be defrauded this way that you is not spamming. So letting them know is very, very important. Then again, in our case, so because we're a marketplace business, we don't really need to, or we don't come across too many issues in terms of banking fraud or credit card fraud, because eventually the customer does get handed over to the bank. But wherever we do have arrangements with our lenders, we do go that extra mile. And like I said, operationally, we are extremely vigilant in terms of how we are maintaining user data.
Right. So Prabhakar, education, creating awareness, they are, I guess, some of the biggest tools that companies have. Apart from that, what more can be done to provide that level of security, and also so that they are not fleeced, and they are able to protect themselves more, especially in the smaller towns? So what steps can companies like yours take to guarantee that? And every time such a breach happens, there is also a lack of trust somewhere happening. So how does the BFSI sector address that?
Yeah, very interesting question. I mean, this is an age-old issue. I mean, and we have seen extreme, like SBI, which is one extreme. I mean, creates a high security password for everything,
Right.
including ATM transaction. Then we have the new age fintech. They rely a lot on algorithms, risk and fraud prevention, and all of that, right? And somewhere our business is no different. See, particularly because earlier what used to happen that in our business also, there used to be someone called dealer who would kind of do the trade on customers' behalf, or there will be advisors, who will advise, people what to buy and sell. Now those kind of interfaces are no longer there. So we are basically nothing but a platform which is available, on which people can come and transact. There are layers of advisory, but most of it is led digitally. It's a very digital led, insight-led, digital-led kind of layers which are there. So the human interventions are the lowest. So over time, what happens because of that, customers become more DIY focused. And hence, I mean, at least from our side, we don't have any incentive in kind of getting more trade from the customer. I mean, that's not our incentive, because if you look at purely from the delivery, cash delivery, what we say that you buy some stock for long term, we don't charge any brokerage there, right? And the other bit, which is like intraday, future and options, currency, commodity segments, which are more complicated segments, there also we charge a flat fee. And there the customers are more sophisticated, and we are also providing nudge and tools, so that people don't fall prey to false pump and dump schemes, or like I mean, somebody sending something in their Telegram channel as like advisory and all of that. So none of it will kind of happen from our side on our platform. Some people can masquerade us, but we scan the digital environment proactively, and digital environment proactively, and we kind of take out those elements. And if we get a customer complaint, we act against third party also, even if they are not part of our system, but we don't want anybody to masquerade some like part of our ecosystem. So these are some of the steps we take. I mean, can there be more? Of course, there can be more, but there is a fine line between being a headmaster or police versus allowing people to use the platform more responsibly. So our focus is to use get the platform to be used more responsibly. Also, we have SEBI, the exchanges, and all of us keep communicating about these educations in a very, very interesting way in Twitter, Instagram, YouTube kind of platform. So fundamentally, we believe that this kind of ecosystem initiatives would actually stop an average investor or trader to fall prey to kind of fake news, pump and dump schemes, or getting defrauded. This is how we look at it.
Right. So we have covered a lot of ground in this session over here. This is not the easiest of topics over here. It's quite complex, but thanks a lot for simplifying it. So as a parting shot, I would like each of you to highlight, I mean, despite the tremendous developments that have taken place in the BFSI sector, especially in small towns in Bharat, what more does this sector need to do, to bring about greater financial inclusion in Bharat, especially a resurgent in Bharat? So, Tushar, why don't you start with this?
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot to be done, and both on the, I mean, all three of us represent the liability, the lending, and the investment side, the three different things a person can do. And each of these three have a huge potential there. And what else we need to do is to make it more and more easy for them to operate, make it safer for them to operate, feel good about it, feel safe about it. And that's where I see, it will lead to a lot of growth. So make it much more simpler. All of us are working towards it, making it simpler for a guy sitting in a tier 3 town to open up a savings account, open up an investment account and invest, as well as apply for a small loan or a mid-sized loan digitally. So make it simple for them to kind of use. Make it safe. They understand that their risks are low. Most of the things the partners are taking care of. And at the same time, the cost of operating like investment or banking at a very, very minimal cost, or lending, getting the loans out at a lower rates. So I think these three things, all of us work towards it, it will lead to a much bigger market from what it is today.
Great. Safe, simple, minimal cost. Ankit, what are your views to make it more inclusive?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah.
So I think there's already, the government, the private sector, everybody is doing, what they can to sort of push the envelope here. But I think from a lending perspective, it makes more sense to figure out how do we bring in more digital financial data into the fold, right? So with I mean, we're already seeing something like account aggregators coming in, which can enable much smoother, seamless experiences for customers. But at the same time, so I would say it's a combination of a digital push where there is more digitization of data, of course, done securely, and at the same time communicating well with a user base which makes sense to them, right? So let's not, it won't really help us if we try and recycle content and educational material which was used for a metro audience, and then the same gets used for tier 3, tier 4 rural audience. They need to be treated the way they are, and if that acceptance has to be there. And if both of these happen in tandem, I think the push would definitely come in. One last thing, I just wanted to actually compliment Tushar on their brilliant campaign. I love Salary Kitna Kamati Hai. It's wonderfully done.
Thanks.
Right. So Prabhakar, your views on bringing about more inclusivity over here.
Okay, great power comes great responsibility, and we at Angel One, being the largest brokerage house, being in the business for last 3 decades, I mean, I think we are a story of resurgent India, to be honest. I mean, we have seen the Bombay Stock Exchange days to kind of NSE to today. We have seen it all, and we have kind of grown with the times. We have evolved with the times. Today, I mean, our positioning is, data and technology for everyday investor. That's what we want to bring. Last year, we rebranded from Angel Broking to Angel One. So One Angel for variety of fintech experiences. And today we are focusing more on democratization and access. These two were the biggest things of past. Access was denied, to the majority of Indians, and it was no one's fault. I think the business viability was, never there. I mean, opening a branch in tier 3, tier 4 won't actually give you, the kind of cost advantages if you're focused on one focused fintech. And if you are not, then you're making an elephant of kind of your business. I mean, doing everything under the sun, and kind of you can't give the customer the best of the experience because of that, right? So today, thanks to this access phenomena, and I wouldn't say this has happened just because we as a fintech brokerage houses have done it. No, it's not. It's an ecosystem play. We are the beneficiary of the geofication broadband. We are the beneficiary of low-cost smartphone. We are the beneficiary of eKYC, Aadhaar, eSign, data locker phenomena, and we are beneficiary of multiple, kind of demonetization. A lot of cash dealing is going down, so other asset class in real estate, gold are losing their charm. So a lot of these things have come together. So we focus that, on top of all of these undercurrents of growth, we have to give access in low bandwidth, amazing UI, UX, so Gen Z and millennials can participate in this great equity, growth story in our country. And then the other bit is in terms of democratization. When I say democratization, that includes, creating more and more knowledge content in vernacular, giving a push to the influencer ecosystem. I think if we do this job well in a continuous manner, I believe this will actually help the financial inclusion for tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 customers with, certain monthly household income or certain, demographic, psychographic profiles.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen, Tushar, Ankit, and Prabhakar. Thank you for simplifying a very complex topic and giving us some great insights as to the inroads that the BFSI sector is making into the resurgent Bharat, the smaller sectors. And this will surely pave the ground for future discussions as well. And we are looking forward to these discussions much beyond this forum over here. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Shanta. Thanks, Tushar.
Thank you, panelists, for your insightful observations on the BFSI industry. Going ahead, I would like to welcome Jesse Paul, Chief Executive Officer, Marketing Guru, and author, who will be talking about role of being human in marketing. Over to you, ma'am. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. And thanks so much for this opportunity. And I want to talk about something that's very close to my heart. And it's something of a holy grail for marketers overall. We want to do human-centric marketers. And the reason for that is pretty simple. We marketers are really nice humans. And we as individuals care for other humans and our customers, right? So if we were faced as an individual with a particular situation, we know that we're going to respond in a really nice and human way. Now, we expect that our brands also would be able to respond in a similarly human way. And that really has been a lot of effort. So when we do brand blueprint, we write down the values of the organization, and then we look at ways in which, we can talk about those values and make sure that everybody lives by that. The only problem with this approach and why it falls apart every now and then is, let me give you an example for that. So for example, Indigo Airlines was in the news recently because they denied boarding to a child with special needs. And the official doing it, I don't think he meant to be a bad human. I think he genuinely was concerned about the safety when it started. And then he kind of got stuck in his rule book and couldn't move away from his rule book, even though, there was this whole other audience around him saying, try and be human, try and be human. And that, I think, is the challenge that we marketers face, in that you've put together a brand book, but then that gets cast in stone, and we are just not able to take decisions which are not in the rule book. So what is required is actually then two things. One is that we have to define what do we mean by human behavior, and you've got to be as thorough as possible when we're defining what is it that we think is human. And also remember that different cultures have different interpretations of what is a human. So we have to interpret it as per our brand, as well as per the country or the culture in which we operate. So what is a human is step one, as thorough as possible. And then in that, you can say that if faced with this situation, this is how you would respond. And I'll give you another very simple example, is that when a customer comes for a return, and maybe your process says that you should have the tag with you or the receipt with you. What is your rule for a person who comes without that? It's an exception, and they are counting on you as a human to trust them. And it's your choice as a brand to say, yes, I will accept, no questions asked. Or, maybe they can show me the SMS they got from the credit card on which they paid. So you could start putting down those kind of processes, even for the exception. And then you can act as a human when someone comes in and says, hey, I forgot my slip, but I really want to return the product and it's in great condition, it's in the box, no issues. And the brand comes across as a very human brand because someone behind it actually sat down and wrote a rule book which conformed with the brand's values of trusting the customer. During COVID, ID Foods, which does idli, dosa, batters, etc., they had a really cool experiment, which was the trust shop, where they would just leave products in apartment buildings because they weren't allowed inside, and you could take whatever you wanted and you just paid, left the money or sent them the money through GPay or whatever. Their pilferage was so low because when you trust customers, they trust you back. It's just that you need to put a process in place. Now, people then ask, so what happens when I don't have a process? So when something like, say, the Indigo situation happens, what do I do? If it's not in the rule book, how do I teach my frontline staff not to destroy the brand with bad behavior, shall we say? So then that's where the culture of the brand steps in. and they really need to understand that this is how the company would want me to act, or at least these are the people whom I should consult because I'm not at all sure what the company would want me to do in this situation. So I have an escalation and an exception to follow when I don't know what the brand is telling me to do as a human being. So just to recap, one is that we need to have a rule book for the brand, which is an operating policy. And then we need to train our employees on the culture that is expected. And the third part is that we need to have a means of escalation so that when I don't have an answer, I don't just stick to my rule book, but I have a place to go and ask. So that's the first part of being human. The second part of this, holy grail of personalization or humanization is personalization. I want to treat each of my customers as an individual. Now, I've been hearing this, like, I think this has been the holy grail ever since I started marketing some 25 years ago. And every year it was, we would have more data, and we would finally be able, like on the fly, to know that so-and-so was this person with this demographic and really treat them as a person. Now, any of you who has received, these emails or SMSs, which clearly get you wrong, like, so insurance, when you've already got insurance, car policy, when you've just renewed, or dear sir from your bank, when clearly you're a madam, any of you who have faced it know that this holy grail is still pretty far away, even in pretty simple situations like sir, madam. And again, the reason is that for various causes, privacy rules, database rules, whatever, we really don't have a full picture of our customers at any point in time. Also, customer situation changes pretty rapidly, and maybe our database is not updated with that. And we rely on algorithms maybe to see whether the name is, masculine, feminine, but then you come across names like Jesse, which could be male or female. So the algorithm fails as well. So this whole personalization holy grail is still pretty far away. And the actual disaster is when our attempt at humanization meets this lack of personalization. So now you're trying to apply incomplete information on how to be a human to incomplete information which may not even know the gender of the person you are talking to. So there, my suggestion really to marketers is that, look, this personalization, we all know that we're being marketed to by bots. I mean, we do it ourselves, so we know how it works. So let's just accept the truth that we've not succeeded with that. And let's not get too tied up saying that, the mail is going to be in my name and be correct. Let's try and just get the facts correct. And then when the engagement commences, how do I get that engagement right? So I don't necessarily need to know your name. I don't necessarily need to know your gender. But if you come in for a return without your bill, it is important for me to know that, yes, indeed, you are the person who bought this product from me. And I need to be able to verify that this product is mine. And then I need to be able to safely refund your money to you or give you a replacement. So the personalization that the customer is hoping for is only these three. They really don't care if you know their name. They really don't care if you know their gender. They really don't care if you know their color. In this particular context, all that is required is these little pieces of info, which is, am I a customer or not? How much did I pay? Where did I buy? And I just need to verify. So, and there is research also that shows that accuracy of old-fashioned demographics is better, or much better actually, than whatever we're getting through third-party data and trying to guess and so on. So maybe go back a step and think about what information do we have that is relevant to the context at hand? And you might say, okay, but I know so much. I know that her favorite color is pink. I know she buys shirts all the time. I know that she's a size 36. I really want to use that information. Absolutely. And that is relevant when in the purchase mode. And it helps to show the right options to this person when they come in to purchase. But you don't need to try and personalize a refund mail, because in that context, it doesn't help. And a classic example of that is like on Twitter, people complaining, saying, look, my flight did not take off. I want a refund. And it's all very correct. It's, hi, Miss Paul, but could you DM me your PNR? And it's like, come on, you know my name. You can clearly see my number. Why do you need to know everything else? I mean, you should know that, right? So there, my expectation is not that you know my name, but I really want you to be able to use my name and get the PNR and find me a solution. So all the frills that the brands are putting together in terms of a social media team that is so personalized and replying to you by name and thank you, and we will look into it, it's a complete waste, because what I want is only two things. One, I want you to treat me as a human and trust me. So when I'm tweeting that I am at this airport and the flight isn't taking off, first assume that I'm accurately stating my problem. Don't assume that I have to prove to you that I'm in this airport and my flight did not take off. And the second piece is the personalization information that I want you to know is just this little bit that I have this PNR and my flight ain't taking off and I want you to do something about it. That's all I really want you to do. Now, when we can't fulfill these two basic requirements, everything else that we are trying to do from a brand perspective doesn't go down well, because the customer says, you were mean to me, you did not treat me as a human. And secondly, despite my buying a ticket from you or buying stuff from you, you don't even know who I am, because maybe your mail made a mistake with a Mr. and a Miss. And this happens all the time to me. WhatsApp group. I join a new WhatsApp group. My DP clearly shows who I am. It's a closed group, 250 people, and yet somebody says, so hello, sir. And you're like, what? And then you realize that this was a template. He just says hello, sir, to everybody. You shouldn't be offended. He meant it as a sign of respect, and he's very sorry afterwards. But the fact is that once you make that initial error, it is super hard to recover. And that's why I think before we dream of true personalization and running human to human or brand to human conversations, we really need to get the building blocks of our act together. And that is first to define, as per our book, who is a human. Second, to put a process in place to implement our definition of a human. Third, get a culture going where if the rule book is silent, then people know how to behave like a human to your customers. And the fourth part is, rather than worry about individual personalization, focus on broad demographic personalization and then very transaction level individualization. So if someone has bought from you and you actually have the data, use the transactional data, but try not to fill it up with guesswork about, gender or name or things like that. Just stick with the facts. I think if more brands use this approach, we could all have more pleasant interactions with brands, because, when you go online, the fact is that most of it seems really mean and, conflict. Brands fighting it out on social media with customers is a very regular feature. And I think that's because they still expect us as marketers to be human, and we all are. So my request to everybody here who's listening in is, you're a good person. how would you get your brand to reflect the goodness of your soul by putting in place a brand book and a process that translates the inner human that you are into every transaction of your brand. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to ping me where else but on social media, or just let the organizations know, and I'm sure they'll connect you up with me. Thank you again. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing all that knowledge with us. Moving on with the second panel we have is knowing your consumer up close and the challenges. We have with us Kirti Agarwal, co-founder Store Hippo, Puneet Jindal, Managing Director Sleepsia India, Reshmi Menon, General Manager Marketing and PR, Suta Bombay, and Shivkumar Pandey, Head Digital Marketing and Strategy Alliances, Seniority and Evergreen Club. This panel will be moderated by Shanta Saikia, Editor-in-Chief at Gilly. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another session at the CMO's Charcha 2022. Today's session is knowing your consumer up close and the challenges as well as the opportunities that this throws up. Consumer behavior, as all of us know, has changed at an accelerated pace, especially in the last 2 years during the COVID period. We have seen buying behavior and the reconfiguration of household budgets happening almost overnight as the COVID struck. Healthcare, personal care, insurance, that took precedence over everything else during this time. But what has also been a remarkable transformation is that the overnight transition to digital, be it for work, for education, financial transactions, purchases, networking, content consumption, everything shifted to digital. All these have a long-term ramifications for brands as well as marketers, which they need to keep in mind, as they now have to know their customers on a different state of mind and in a different state of their life stage. So we would like to have our esteemed panelists over here to dwell upon the opportunities and the challenges of knowing this customer that has changed, that has been forced to relook at their lives and their preferences. And this is something that we are looking forward to today. So first and foremost, what I would like to know is how has the customer transition happened during the last 2 years? What are your observations as to the customer behavior change, their likes, dislikes, preferences, goals, and aspirations that have changed, especially in the last 2 years? So, Reshmi, would you like to start with it?
Sure. So I think so if we have to look at e-commerce as a platform, right? I think over the last 2.5 years, customers have gone from being very skeptical of buying online to now trusting more. So the trust factor has improved, and the credit goes to the reviews that people see. So the customer has become more aware, more informed on a lot of aspects on buying online. So at Suta, we actually saw a surge of 50% more customers buying from our website. Suta has always been an e-commerce website, and we saw a surge over the last 2 years, 2.5 years. Coming to preferences, I think the preference earlier used to be, when I say preference, people used to buy something which was of a low AOE, which is your average order value, which is low budget, low order value products. But in the 2.5 years, we've seen that the trust factors improved, and also the ticket size or the cart value has improved over the years. And this is complemented by low return rate, which is a huge factor in any e-commerce business. Where the return rate increases, it eats up a lot of your revenue, right? So the low return rate has also added up to our revenues and also increasing to our profits. So these are a couple of factors which are predominantly worked in the last couple 2.5 years in terms of customer behavior.
Right. Thanks, Reshmi. Puneet, you are an entrepreneur, and as you were stating earlier, in the business of providing quality sleep to your customers. And sleep is something which became of paramount importance, as people were confined to their homes, during the lockdown time. So, what are your observations on consumers? I mean, do they just randomly go and buy the products? How are they influenced now to have a more comfortable time spending at home?
See, I cannot comment about time spending at home, but I can say that yes, COVID was definitely a breakthrough for everybody, especially e-commerce brands. The velocity we saw, no one expected it actually. Let's be very honest. No one expected that kind of velocity when the lockdown happened. Second, most importantly, what I've observed and seen globally as well, the heavy investment by marketplaces. The heavy investment by the marketplace like the Amazon, the Flipkart, likes of Seniority, likes of Myntra. What really happened was that it gave an opportunity for, something, for example, like tomorrow Shanta decides to launch a pillow and it's Shanta Sleep Pillow. She can list on Amazon. She can bid on keywords and rank #1 on Amazon. So visibility increases. So what I felt that as people became more adapted, like Reshmi said, to use marketplaces and online, it gave a lot of opportunity for smaller brands to compete with the bigger brands, which caught a lot of bigger brands off guard. And I think brands are going to face a huge challenge. Tomorrow, if a smaller brand with a lot of money invests heavily on marketplaces, where will you find an opportunity to put your product at #1 on an Amazon platform? And one more information, which I think a lot of people will know. If you look at the Amazon product search today on any specific product it's 4 to 5 times or 3 times higher than Google. Suppose you talk about maybe a cup of, grocery product. The search volume in Amazon panel will be higher than the Google panel. What does it indicate? It's 3x, and that's how bigger Jeff Bezos is 3 times richer than Google, right? So I think it's a dramatic change. That's why the D2C brands who can sustain, who can deliver quality products, now they get a level playing field to compete with bigger brands, I see. Because earlier, if I had to compete via a place like Sleepwell, I will struggle. But now they are struggling because the organization is not lean enough to compete with us. Like you see example of Wakefit in the mattress category. It is dominating in space. So I feel it's a huge opportunity. It's a monumental change which is going to happen. And I always give this example, 15 years back, if someone told you click a button and there will be a chauffeur-driven car waiting outside your home, you say, this guy is stupid, right? So things have changed. So I think it'll change. So everybody is seeing change nowadays. That's how I look at it, actually.
Right. Thanks, Puneet. Kriti, you are also, Store Repo is also a D2C brand. So,
yes, e-commerce platform.
E-commerce as well.
We provide
right.
our most to create their D2C online portal with us.
Right. So, what are your observations on the changes in consumer behavior that has happened, and also how are you kind of looking at greater engagement with this changed consumer now?
Yes. So as my fellow speakers have said, definitely the penetration of mobile, internet accessibility, and then COVID has completely accelerated or given a push to this online medium. And definitely as Store Repo is concerned, our customers are primarily the enterprises. And they want to unlock the new growth opportunities, or for them to adopt D2C, B2B, or hybrid business models is really important to stay afloat in this competitive world. So to reach, engage, and convert their customers is a new challenge in this competitive world. And for that, they need data-driven insights to plan their strategic and marketing plans, successful marketing plans.
Right. So data-driven plans, I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Right. So data-driven plans is something we are going to dwell on a little bit more. So first, but Shiv Kumar, now you cater to a segment, as you were explaining, which is not very much in the marketer's radar, so to say, the age group. So
Right.
how have you created a successful marketing plan, and how do you get to know this consumer base, which is not really very much visible, for the
Right.
brands and marketers?
Right. See, first I'd like to address the changes that sort of happened in the last couple of years. Although digital adoption has always been happening in the past decade or so, right? Due to various factors, internet becoming dirt cheap, a lot of digital devices being available, right? For a very reasonable rate, so that people in villages also can afford smartphones. All of that has been happening, but what COVID did was accelerated this adoption to a rate no one had earlier imagined, right? Just to give you an example, the technology that we are using to communicate with each other, this brand itself went through a blockbuster IPO during because of what happened after COVID, right? Nobody had foreseen such kind of digital adoption even 2 years back. So all those people who are in the business of reaching out to people, other people digitally, selling digitally, have been the beneficiaries, and a lot of other people who were operating online are now forced to offline, when are now forced to operate online because of all these factors. When we talk about our business, our set of challenges are slightly different, although we have been largely beneficiary of what happened after COVID, right? uh, this segment of people was always rather lonely, but they always had their own offline networks. They would go out to parks, talk to each other, right? They had their daily rituals, which was badly disrupted during the time of COVID, and they were confined in their homes. Their kids were away in different cities, and the problem of loneliness sort of came out in the open much in a much bigger way than it had in the past. And that's where we saw an opportunity, in the sense that why don't we build a business model around doing something good. In our sense, good is not just providing medical care, which a lot of other players are already providing, but good in the sense that just give a community feeling and a sense of belongingness to these people who rather don't have anywhere to go to apart from their own immediate family members, and a lot of these family members are not even staying with them. So if you talk about from our perspective, that's what really worked for us. Having said that, the challenge right now is how to reach out these people, because these people are not natively digitally savvy. If I give you numbers, there are around 200 million people who are probably above the age of 55 or 60 in India, right, as of now. And this number is expected to go to around 480, 500 million by 2050. So this is a growing segment. It's not like it's a stagnating segment. This is a growing segment. Having said that, out of these 200 million people, roughly about 10% are online. About 25 million people are there on Facebook, around 30 million people are there on WhatsApp. So our goal is, even if we reach out to 10% of these people, we'll have a good enough community, an online community that provides a sense of belongingness to our members, and in terms of business model, provides a absolutely new channel to address this audience segment, which many brands have started to do of late, right? So that's our value proposition, and we plan to make this a household name in the months and years to come. And we also plan to go global, because if you look at global space as well, barring one or two brands which tend to call themselves social networking or online community for older adults or senior citizens, there's not really a product in the real sense of the kind of product that you have for younger people, like Instagram, you have TikTok, you have Facebook, you have all of these platforms, but none for
this audience. So that's where we are operating right now, and it's a very exciting space to be in, both from the business point of view, from personally, from marketing point of view. It's probably the toughest task that I've ever had in my hand in my more than a decade years of experience, right? Otherwise it has been very easy. Run a few ad campaigns and you generally tend to get your results. But right now, trying to reach out to these people, that's the first task that we need to figure out, how to effectively to reach out to these people and then to retain them. So it's very exciting, and future looks bright, considering that this audience segment is expanding, and 17% of these people are financially self-dependent. So that's quite a big number if you want to actually generate revenue from this business model.
Right, right. Thanks, Shiv Kumar. Kriti, as you were mentioning about, a data-centric strategy, a data-centric approach, to targeting, to, reach out to this consumer. Now, we know that Google is going to remove your third-party cookies, from next year onwards. And so there is now a sharper focus on how to target and how to, actually recognize and bring these customer groups under your fold. So first party data is something that a lot of people are turning to. So what are the challenges that you see in first party gathering, because this is like gold, it's a gold mine for every company, right? So how do you go about collecting this data and build your strategy on this after third party cookie is gone?
Oh, definitely. So I think from the marketing perspective, it is really, really important to understand your, customer fully, and then to, touch, customers at different touch points. To create that omni-channel presence is very important. And for that, I think you need to start, with the online presence, definitely digitally, and then the mobile presence, your social media presence, and then, you need to create an app. So, and definitely with this omni-channel presence, only the brands can monetize, to a very great level. And for this, Store Repo has, made it super easy for merchants with its, features. So we provide features like multi-store, multilingual, multi-vendor, so that these customers, these brands can open, their stores at different levels. And they can serve their customers in their local dialect with local currency. So, and with this, the data that you are saying that we have compiled can come very handy. And then the, the brands can serve their customers through their, different buying journeys. The buying personas can be created, and then they can fulfill their, clients very easily. Secondly, now coming up with the hyperlocal thing, which is very end, the, again, the brands can deliver to their customers rapidly. They can connect with their local sellers, which are located in a, after creating the local stores, they connect with their local sellers. They can onboard them onto their marketplaces and then fulfill their orders through these local stores, which are nearest to that particular customer.
Right, right. Hyperlocal is something which we will touch upon a little bit later. In the meantime, Puneet, why don't you, take us through how you are now gathering data to know your consumer base? How are you developing a data-centric approach or strategy into your business?
So as far as data-centric approach is concerned, we have tried a lot of models. We have tried DMP platforms. We have tried platforms like Criteo. We have tried, like Kriti mentioned, omni-channel approach, like targeting through Facebook, email marketing, sending inserts to customer, warranty cards. But if you ask me, what are the results? Is the conversion high? I think a lot of efforts have gone into converting those customers who for selling more to the same customer, I would say. But I won't say the results have been very significant. People told me that, I give you I'm a performance marketer myself, right? So I only talk numbers in general. And if I look at the numbers and we run reports on a daily basis, when we run campaigns on first party data or our existing customer base, the acquisition cost has not gone down significantly. So which brings to the point that what is important is branding. If I run a campaign on Google or Amazon on a generic keyword versus a branded keyword like Sleepsia, my acquisition cost is less than 5%. See, marketing is works on two things: hope and fear. You have to catch the customer in these two platforms. I hope if I buy this product, it will do well to me. Fear, if I don't buy this product, what bad it's going to do to me. You have to understand that factor. I've been in the performance market for the last 10 years, used every single platform you name, from Blue Kai to Lotame, and spent $250,000 on annual fees. Results were not that great. What really matters is the brand, the quality of the product, and great customer service. The basics remain the same. I have seen that when we have provided great customer service to a dissatisfied customer, he has come back to us. We have run a lot of campaigns. Maybe my category is different. Maybe beauty may be a different category. But there are a lot of talks about the first party data, so many platforms coming in, influencer marketing coming in. Every day my email is bombarded with 10 influencer marketing company. Yesterday, Karan Johar also launched an influencer marketing company. His salesperson was also in my office. I think two mistakes I did in my life. I always tell to my wife. First, I never opened up a dating site, which was not there when I got married 20 years back. It's a great business to be. It's a super business to be. That thing is more successful than a dating site.
Sorry to interrupt, and Puneet, there is never too late. You can start it at any point, given point in life. I think it's never too late. So there are no regrets in life to make.
My son is telling, what should I do? Dad, I'm going to open up a dating site, my son. You're going to make a lot of money. Trust me. People are going to pay 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, whatever you want, they will pay. They will not spend 1,500 buying a memory foam pillow, but so that's what I'm trying to. Propensity to consume is there.
Puneet, if I can give you just a little line, if you say that you will sleep well to date well, probably something in that sort, maybe you can sell.
So, yeah, so actually, I spoke to the CEOs of Tinder and all, कि भाई मेरा ad campaign कहीं तो चल नहीं रहा, आप ही हमारे उसमें डाल दो. So they gave me, see, I'm a very funny guy. I don't take too much stress. There's all this data I've not done and finished and all. So my theory is that the brand is important. The basics remain the same. People, if they search Sleepsia on Amazon platform versus a pillow on Amazon platform or Google, just think about it and try it today at home. जहां आपने pillow डाला, आपको 50 brand दिखेंगे. Correct? Like Suta search kiya maine. If I search Suta on Amazon or Suta in Google, I will see Suta. I will click on Suta. I'll buy Suta. If I search a sari, there'll be 50 brands there. I will click on every single brand. You have to bid heavily to be on top of sari, and tomorrow anyone can bid. You bid 500 rupees or $500 a keyword, you will rank on top. Correct. So, all this first party data and all should be level 6, level 7 to me. To me is brand. That's why if you see the more successful companies in the world, like the Levers, the Asian Paints, they really focus on building brands. That is the game. Everything will be taken care of. If the brand affinity is strong, the brand association is strong, it will click. First party data, DMP platform, retargeting, Criteo, there are so many, nothing works. Trust me, nothing works. आज चलेगा, कल नहीं चलेगा. परसों चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा, भगवान जानता है. Shiv Kumar is here, right? So my son is making an app for senior citizens, by the way. He was telling me that he's trying out something. A Tambola app for senior citizens. He was telling me something. I said, don't do that. Start a dating app. You will make more money. So anyway, so I think first party data, everything is important, but I would put it at level 2. First, I will put the brand. So if you have the brand affinity and then you push the first party data, then it works. And that's why you see all these big companies like the Swiggies of the world, Dream 11 is a classic example. The amount of money they have pumped into branding, unimaginable. I know the figures. I know the figure they're spending on creating one ad. The guy who makes the ad for them is a very dear friend of mine. And he showed me the figures in an Excel sheet. I jumped out of my seat. We cannot imagine, So, the problem is that the bigger fishes are eating the smaller fishes at a speed of knots. So, the challenge for the smaller fishes is to build a big brand. How do they do that? They don't have the money. So you have to, dwell on building a brand. All these first party data, retargeting, omni-channel should be level 2. First is build the brand, reduce your acquisition cost, then move forward. So we run a brand which is doing good revenue. We have not in losses. When I see some of the revenues of this company is doing 120 crore revenue, 40 crore loss. I told the founder, give me that money, I'll make you profitable. You get me on as a consulting, give me few crores, I'll give you some mantra, how to make it profitable. So I think the brand is the critical part. The first party data and all are important. I'm sure there are a lot of platforms. They come and sell you. And first thing they will tell you is, let's optimize. This is in the optimization phase. After 3 weeks, the same company will, Reshmi is laughing, let's optimize. And
we have all gone through this journey. Puneet,
I think we have all.
Yes, we are all in the, we started and having a big challenge in the initial starter years. And now currently after facing so many challenges, we have come to a stage where we can definitely say that this is something which will work. And this is something which will accelerate in the given current scenario. So yes.
Puneet, I wholeheartedly agree with you what you have said. Having said that, there's one very small problem that we should not forget is that to build brands, you need a lot of budget. Budget ho to har koi branding kar le, right? I would also love to see my TV ads.
Right? Sorry, Shanta, I'm taking the topic off.
No.
Sorry, we are having a branding.
I'm very good at that. I love all the conversations very, humorous. I'm not a very serious kind of guy.
So yes, branding. See, branding is important. Having said that, we have to live with segmentation. We have to live with digital behavior, right? We have to live with whatever optimization we can do, whatever mileage we can derive out of every single rupee that we are spending on advertising.
Correct.
And being a performance marketer first, I obviously I love branding. All of us know, branding principles. All of us know marketing principles. But because of the fact that budget is limited always, especially while when we are working in a early stage startup like I am, right? Their funds are very limited. Manpower resources are very limited. How do you optimize whatever little budget you have got and get the maximum mileage, right? That's the game. And
So,
it's not as easy as.
Sorry. If I'm interrupting, just to add to that, I have a slightly different opinion on branding requires higher budget. So I started with Suta 3 years back, three and a half years back, and we are a bootstrap company till date. Started Suta when it was doing a 1.5 CR annually. Now we are doing a 50 CR annually, and we are completely bootstrapped again. E-commerce only brand, depending heavily on branding. And if I tell you the word like bootstrap, not invested, only branding, you know how much money we have in our hands. So the idea here is to building emotions and building a community is what I feel. Then the money, how much ever you put or you don't put, your revenue will come. That's what I feel. Because at Suta, what we did, one of the things that we did was building a community. So once we were at an offsite and someone just ran up to us and came, hey, you know what, I'm XYZ, and I mean, she came up to me saying, you're wearing this saree. I said, yeah. And my founders were also there. So she went to my founder saying, I know you girls. You all are in Suta, right? I am a part of the community. So we were like, which community? We were only starters. Then they're like, oh, Suta Queen, you all call me. So I'm in that community. That's when we also realized what we did, that was building a community. Since then, people only buy so that they can be featured on our Instagram stories. It's not even a post. Instagram stories, and I mean, well, a lot of brand consultants come and tell me that you all have so many stories. Dekhta kaun hai? But actually, dekhte log. I only want to see mera story par gaya ki nahi. Am I tagged by the brand? I'm very happy. I'll again buy because you have made me feel better or good, whatever it may.
Good idea. Good idea. That's a
So
good idea.
I think here it's a customer centric approach that you have followed at Suta.
Absolutely.
So again, at Store Repo, we are following the same. So we started with long tail, and now we are actually catering to clients, big brands, enterprises. So we have seen that journey. So it is not easy. One needs to follow that customer centric approach if nothing else can work out. You need to
Okay,
satisfy
so
your
Kriti,
customer.
all the panelists, so all the panelists here gets 1 year free subscription for Store Hippo, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Why not? Why should you come and try Store Repo?
I'm just asking.
Absolutely. No, definitely come and you'll be more than delighted with the offers, with the offers
Asking.
that we have.
No, customer centric.
And I'm also telling you, you should come, definitely try Store Repo and come and try all the features that we have and let us know what else you want, and we are there to serve you.
Oh,
I would definitely love to try Store Hippo. But I think one thing that Kirti said, which I'll pick up from, is the customer-centric approach. So one thing I always believe in, and I've always focused on, even in the brands I've worked with previously, is marrying customer support team with marketing. Both of us are married to each other. That's what we call ourselves. I understand content is most important. Everything, performance marketing, everything is important. But I'm talking everything good. But if the customer has faced a very bad experience due to whatever logistics, it could be anything, right? He or she comes back and the customer facing person is your customer service executive and she says, "Are ho gaya kya? Sorry, yeah." There have been such instances, and customer has literally come up to us saying, what you speak on social media is not what you speak on to me over the phone. To iron this issue out is why we are married to each other. So what we speak on a social media or any touch points that for customer touch points, that's what we speak even on a customer service touch point. So usually people think that it is the founder who's on over the call. It is the founder who's replying to you over emails. As delusional as it sounds, people still presume that it's the founder. It's someone who's also replying to you on email, who's also replying to you on Instagram, WhatsApp, all your touch points, social media. It's the same person who's talking to me on call. So this seamlessness, whereas there are more than 10 people involved in this entire process, is what we tried getting so that the customer comes back. And now we have more than 50% return rate in terms of customers. And this is one thing we maintain and we still maintain. And there are days when our founders literally pick up the phone and talk to the customer saying, "Hey, listen, we booked up here, sorry." Be it international, domestic, any customer. So marrying your customer service, customer support team with your marketing team, I think that is what brings the seamlessness and closes the loop in terms of customer experience, right? Otherwise, it's just that you're talking too much on Instagram, you're telling me things, but where are you telling me the story?
Right. So basically, the customer support is the face of a brand, Rashmi. So I think that needs to be streamlined completely. So we need to understand our customers, problems, and then cater to them, and then understand, give them the solution, and that's wherein your brand will grow.
Rashmi, I have a couple of questions for you. Sure. Sorry, very, very good. So when you said you are bootstrap 50 crore, majority of the revenue comes from website or from marketplaces?
Website. We went on marketplaces a year ago, and that's only on Myntra and Nykaa.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. And when you said about building community, how will you build a community of sarees? I'm trying to figure it out.
That's what happens, right? We often usually underestimate India, the Indian customers. The emotions is what I'm talking about. If we can have, with all due respect to all religions, if we can have temples, mosques, churches who have a lot of money in them because people are donating there, why can't we have? Because temples and all the religious places run on one thing, right? That's emotion and faith. So why can't brands run on these two emotions? That's emotion and faith. Sari being a sentimental value for a woman, and now even catering to men, because men also wear it as dhoti. So for a woman, it's something you've got from your mom. And also one thing what we've done is earlier saris is always, I mean, there's a conception that sari is a little for the older audience, it is for people who are old. But what we did was, so saris, usually most saris come starched. So Suta started making unstarched mull saris at affordable rates, which is your 1313, 1300 rupees only. And you get a plain solid color, unstarched sari, and a color that any millennial from 16 years old to 60-year-old can wear.
You're manufacturing it in-house?
Yes, everything is enough. So
hats off to you, Reshma. So I think you're doing a wonderful job. And yes, I think to your point, Puneet, I think it is very important to understand, yes, definitely if you're selling on marketplace, that cannot be the primary reason to, show growth. Definitely you need to build your brand. You need to satisfy your customers. You need to see what are the different avenues you can fulfill, to your customers, and where you can meet your customers. You need to have a digital presence. So omni-channel presence is definitely very much required, right?
See, the point regarding data, first party data or second party or third party data, basically, if you talk about me, I am experiencing both e-commerce and social networking hand in hand. So data is extremely important for us. So we do collect user data, and we do use it very sensibly, keeping in mind what are customers' privacy rights and what are not. So if you talk about from marketing perspective, I generally would trust the kind of audience that a platform like Facebook would provide me, and because I've actually tested their targeting and whether it is good or not. So running campaigns on a platform like Facebook, I'm very comfortable with. I have also got a lot of good results from there. Once I've got the user on a platform, I have all the data I need, regarding the user. Then I will use automation. Then I will use retention marketing tool like CleverTap. I will use push notifications, SMS, email, pop-up, everything, all the channels that are available. But these channels will be effective only when the user data that I have collected is accurate and up to date, right? So from that point,
how do you collect the first user data? What technology you use in the backend?
So you will have to create a lot of events throughout your entire platform, whether it is web,
Gauge and CleverTap, but not for an e-commerce, for a different business actually.
So see, the key to collecting user data is to get the right inputs at the right time. So you can do it through user attributes like what is their demographic, what is their acquisition channel, what is their propensity to purchase or buy. Or you can check out their behavior on your platform and collect data points at various levels, when they are interacting with your platform via events, when they are taking useful action, conversion actions on your platform. It can be either purchase. In our case, it is booking and attending an event, or posting something on the social platform that I consider as a conversion action. So I'll collect all these data points, and once I've collected these points, then I'll do my segmentation. Earlier days, segmentation used to be done, right? There was this process of STP, segmenting, targeting, and positioning. That's the classical, branding activity that we all used to do. The only difference in digital world is segmenting is different now, and it is micro segmenting. It is segmenting based on users' profiles, based on their behavior, based on their different interactions that they have taken on your platform. So there are hundreds of different segments that you can create, and you can then hyper personalize, which I believe is one of the topics of discussion today, right? So hyper personalization again will not work effectively if you have not segmented your audience properly. So see, branding is an overarching catch-all term that we all are aware of. Branding solves everything. But even if you do a performance activity, even if you do a campaign to generate sale, that also contributes towards your branding. It's not like it's totally only towards generating revenue, right? So when you have a when you have to pick and choose between how you want to spend your money, you'd also obviously try to achieve both the goals, right? You would try to drive some results as well as create engagement and brand presence in users' minds. So gone are the days when most brands would generally blindly put up a hoarding, do a lot of mass media activities, and no questions will be asked for the efficacy of the spend. Right? People have now started asking questions regarding ROI. People have now started asking questions regarding the effectiveness of the medium, and this is all happening because of the opening up of digital media channels that we have right now. There are numerous devices, there are numerous ways of targeting people, right, on digital world, and that has changed the entire paradigm of marketing.
Right. Yes, sorry. I think, I mean, a lot of the questions that I had prepared, I mean, they've really been answered by everyone. One thing that Shiv Kumar, I want to know from you is, we've touched upon branding, and we've touched upon, having a customer centric approach. So for a target segment like yours, where the TG is at a very specific life cycle stage, right? So
Right.
how do you kind of customize your branding, for this TG group? How does it work for them, for the senior citizens?
Not just the branding. I tell you, the entire experience has to be very led by a lot of human touch. It can't be fully
Offline
automated
activations.
because
Offline
we are
activations
dealing
we have.
exactly, we are dealing with a audience segment that is very sensitive to how they are communicated to and how their problems are solved. So our
Right.
customer support team is extremely active. We reach out to every single person who raises any query. We call them, understand. There have been instances when we tried to experiment it with subscription model, and we realized that a lot of people were facing issues just to complete the checkout process. And for each such cases, our customer support team, sometimes even the customer support lead who is heading the entire team, would personally call these senior citizens and tell them step by step how to complete the checkout process. And that actually matters a lot. There are a lot of customers who call our support team, individual members, they know by their name, right, at odd hours of the day, and just friendly chit chat about a lot of things. That's the kind of relationship we have tried to build, and it has to happen that way. Having said that, there's certain level of automation and there's certain level of AI engine that definitely needs to go into any kind of marketing activity that I'm doing, any kind of engagement activity that I'm doing, because otherwise it's not really scalable. Today I'm operating at a very small scale. I would say our app installs are about to touch 4 lakh. We have about 2 lakh registered users, but that's just the beginning. Talk about any social networking app, I would like to have millions of members, active members on coming onto the platform every single day. Right now they are in thousands. I want them to be in millions. And when you reach that scale, right, then individual one-to-one interaction is not really feasible from business standpoint. So you really need to build a process that takes care of the human element. Having said that, there's a lot of automation, and there's a lot of intelligent AI that also needs to go into it.
No, absolutely. Just to add to this, that manual education is required at every step, because with such an upsurge in technological advancement has happened, that these older people, they need that kind of a knowledge and know-how how to go and go to that app and do certain steps. As you just said that going to the last step, or towards the closure, they get stuck, they don't know how to do it. So that kind of a education is required. I think
we are also in the process of for the same reason that you are talking about. We are also in the process of organizing regular weekly sessions to educate users about all our product features, because during one of our, and we keep doing this calling activity with users every now and then. There are people dedicatedly to calling people every single day, trying to find out what they think about the platform, whether it is social features, whether it is events. And we have got a lot of feedback saying that recent changes that we have done, a lot of people are not able to understand what has happened, although the change is very not too much from the point of view of people who are digital savvy, right? But people who are not, even a small change like changing a screen means a whole a lot of change to them, and they need hand holding in such cases.
Absolutely.
So, Shiv Kumar, I just have a question, because it's very unique, and the target audience and your product, right? What I understand is, for to come on a platform, people will have to pay online as well. Like, it should be all prepaid, right? Payment,
Sorry,
there's a payment involved, right?
No, there is no payment involved right now. Evergreen Club is completely free.
Okay. So there's no payment involved. It's all
There is
completely
no.
free that people can come.
Everything is absolutely free.
Delhi-based or Bangalore-based company?
It is going to be probably Bangalore based. It was originated last year during COVID times, and since past 3 years, entire Seniority and Evergreen Club team has been operating fully remotely. We used to have an office in Pune. Our company is registered in Mumbai, but once the office reopens, we'll probably have offices both in Pune and Bangalore.
Right. So we had touched upon hyper personalization over here. Now that is something which marketing strategies are moving towards. Now, how do you maintain this very fine balance, between hyper personalization on the one hand and maintaining customers' privacy? So, Puneet, could you like to take it up first?
Honestly, I don't have an answer for this. I'll be very honest with you.
Right, it's tough.
I will not give you a false answer, but I don't have an answer for it. But I can give you a few insights into this.
Right.
What I've realized, the fundamental of frequency cap. Frequency cap is number of times you deliver your product, your banner to a customer. What we have realized, a 20 frequency cap is a good cap over a period of 30 days to help customer remember your brand. 20 frequency cap. So you have to show your ads 20 times to a customer over 30 days. Now, what are the laws behind it? I don't know. I'll give you another classic example. You click something on Instagram. So I always forget my Instagram password. So every time I open up a new account, my wife says, you have given me 6 invites, which is you. I'm like, okay, let me think, because I always forget my. I am not very active on social media. I'm very pathetic in social media. So one thing I realized when I use this social media platform, you click on a particular category, okay, by mistake, suppose. They keep showing you the same ad again and again.
Right.
Okay. Now, if I purchase, with great, I'm being a bania, I'm very cautious about buying from Facebook. I don't trust Facebook much. More of an Amazon person for 10 years of my life. So I bought the product from there. And that's where my faith gets diluted in all these social media platforms. I bought the product, and assumingly now I'm a converted customer, correct? Shiv Kumar, you don't Facebook ads, right?
You'll still be shown those ads, right? That's what you are saying.
Why I'm showing this ad? This is illegal.
I'll tell you why that happens if you want to know. No, see, that's simply because any kind of retargeting campaign will keep retargeting you regardless of whether you have purchased or not, till I change the audience, right? Once I modify the audience and tell Facebook that now you are a qualified customer and you should be removed from that audience set, it will keep on showing you ads. So it's rather the laziness on the part of the person who is running the campaign, not per se the fault of the platform.
But if I have got 50,000 audiences and what is the frequency you change the audience, Shiv Kumar?
So you keep on churning converted customers from your audience set at a fixed regular interval, maybe weekly, maybe fortnightly. The audience set that you have defined for retargeting, right? Change the definition of the audience set. Change the definition in the way that you keep only people who have not purchased from you from that particular segment. The moment they have purchased, they are qualified and move to a different set of segment for which the communication will be different.
But don't you think then launching new products will be a challenge for you? Suppose you want a new purchase company.
Just to interrupt your conversation. So Puneet, since you purchased the product, probably the communication coming to you could be, you bought something, can you review it? I will give you 50 rupees off on an expert.
So you are a regular customer, so you are there in the pipeline, right? And you will get the notifications, and you are now their regular customer. So they don't have to start from scratch, right? So they will start from not paid, but from
search.
Right.
We spend heavily on search because the intent to buy is there. Right.
Right.
Social media, I find it sometimes, even if I see my reports in social media, the performance is very erratic. Number one, even the returns are very erratic. The ROI is very erratic. Some days the ROS is very good, some days it is low. Then you deep down into the daily report system, the returns also from social media platform are very high. People just buy, demographics, I can tell you without disrespect to any community or anything, people from Jammu and Kashmir buying, goods cannot be delivered. People from Mizoram buying, how will you deliver them? Maids and drivers buying. I face this situation.
To create the audience accordingly, Puneet. The solution to that is create the audience accordingly.
You're trying to reach the customer. You're trying to reach the customer. You're trying to build a brand. So look-alike audience aata hai. I've done all this 4-5 years back. Bola yaar, to chal nahi raha hai, pata nahi kya hoga. So one thing I've realized that whether we make money or not money, Facebook will definitely make money. So I'm finding ways and means that whether they make money or not, I should also make money. So that's the battle I'm fighting.
So to come,
see, I'm telling you, I was in a job. It was so easy. On 30th, you have to get salaries. Now I have to pay salaries on 30th.
Now, coming back to the topic of privacy versus personalization, Shanta, my 2 cents is, people don't mind personalized communication as long as it is helpful to them and delivered at the right time when they are in the right frame of mind, right? Nobody would want, although technically when I send a push notification or when I send a, let's say, WhatsApp message, WhatsApp is a very personal medium, by the way, right? So when I send a WhatsApp message or push notification, I am technically speaking invading their privacy. But if I have done my job correctly, they don't mind that invasion of privacy. If privacy is invaded every single time an ad is thrust on your face in your news feed on Facebook or Instagram, right? But do you mind that? As long as the communication that is being shown to you is relevant to you. Let's say you are a very avid shopper of shoes, and Facebook understands that, and Facebook tries to show you a lot of shoe related ads. So there might be a high chance that you would have purchased 1 or 2 shoes already. But does that stop you from being an avid shopper of shoes again? No, it doesn't, right? And if I see a ad targeted, very nicely crafted, very visually appealing ad that is catering to my interest set, I don't mind that. So I don't mind that level of privacy invasion. The only where the disruption happens is when I'm targeting my communication poorly and interrupting people's experiences when I should not be. Right? Let's say I send out a communication on WhatsApp when that person has no intention of coming back on my platform or no intention of interacting with me. The next thing they will do is report that message and block you. And the next thing Facebook will do is downgrade your account, and you will probably, and if many such instances happen, you'll probably not be able to send any more messages, right? Your account will be blocked.
Right.
So, the messenger bot, I think so. The messenger bot.
There are a lot of ways by which you can customize, we can highly personalize your communication, and as long as you are doing that diligently, and as long as you are keeping your communication customer centric, keeping in mind what the customer and the user wants, right? I don't see people having issues with privacy. I mean, मेरा भी data Facebook में है. Facebook तो क्या ही तो कर लेगा मेरा data लेके. What will they do? I mean, I'm a normal user, right?
What kind of frequency cap you work on?
Frequency capping for what? For Facebook ads?
Facebook ads for the show, or messaging.
See, any kind of communication, frequency will totally depend on the kind of product that I'm promoting. In a way, if it is a product that that I can sort of talk to people for a longer period of time, I don't mind the frequency reaching as high as 10-15 times. But there may be for some product categories I wouldn't want more than 3-4 exposures, right? So it totally depends on what the product categories and what the response to my communication I'm getting from the users. So even after exposing the same user to, let's say, 50 or 20 insertions, I'm still getting a response and my conversions are pretty good. That's an indication that the customer doesn't mind seeing your ad again and again. I'll give you an example of Whitehead Junior. Every one of us would have seen Whitehead Junior ads, few months back, right? And I personally have seen so many Whitehead Junior ads, I can't even begin to tell you. Every single time I'll open Facebook, I'll see Whitehead Junior ad, right? It was highly irritating. So that's one extreme. The other extreme is when you see 1 or 2 an ad of a brand 1 or 2 times and then you never see it again, right? The brand even registers in your mind, considering there is a lot of clutter in the online space. So you'll have to find your own balance between 1 or 2 insertions or irritating customers.
But
That is
Right.
this is in terms of marketing, right? But I think in terms of B2C websites also, where if there are website first companies, hyper personalization can be done on the website. For example, if you go on any other website, it's very more than cluttered. You are spoiled for choice, right? And your sessions page per page sessions also increases because as a brand and for a customer, it's like, what should I buy? Because I want to buy 10 things, but my budget is so much. So if the brand helps personalize the entire website as per what are my needs, my wants, my history, my purchase history, which is, and if you show me exactly or more or less what I will buy or might buy, I think those kind of personalization can also help a customer make informed decision and buy and go and push for a higher cart value. So this hyper personalization on the website or app for that matter, and even A/B testing, if you go for that, can help in contribute largely to the revenue and also help the customer come back. So when you do your marketing, when you do performance marketing on any customer and acquiring that customer, your LTV is also considered, right? Your lifetime value. So if you have a customer who comes again and again to buy a product, you have acquired me for a lifetime. Say it even 6 months, say it even if it is for a year. But if you're a website first, if you're an app first company, and if I come to your website and I get more or less of what I want, whereas I know that you have say 2,000 products, 5,000 products, but you're showing me top 100 or 200 products which will fit into my budget, my taste, my likes. It will help me as a customer have a better experience, have a better purchase experience, and it will lead to a higher AOV. This is something we have witnessed, and even A/B testing to a very large extent. So how to know if this personalization is helping people, not helping people? Most brands have these questions, right? And likely so. So if you do A/B testing on showing certain things to certain set of audience, certain things to certain set of audience, it helps you analyze and also data driven. Coming back to the data point as well, it also helps you with the data and taking more. It is a gut combined with a data decision that as a brand custodian you'll be able to take, because you know that these are the numbers that your A/B testing or whatever your analytics is showing, and this is what your gut is saying. So you come to a common ground on what is what is the decision you need to take to acquire more customer and also push the customer's envelope to a higher order value. Even in ads, right? I think adding to that, even in ads, we can, if it's hyperlocalization, we can touch on regional content. What I mean here is we often see ads in English. Rarely do we see in Hindi. I read Hindi, I can read Hindi, Marathi, and 5 other regional languages, but I get ads only in English. Of course, that's because the content I consume majorly is in English, but I also consume content in 4 other regional languages, but I don't get even one single ad. Probably if we shift our focus from just concentrating on English content to actually moving or shifting gears to regional content, which is your written content, even if it means you're putting out video ads in that language, showing it to that specific, even if it's niche, right? How many of us have experimented showing regional content to that regional audience and getting a higher ROI? How many of us have seen the results? How many of us have even taken the steps to do that? Rarely so.
In our case, I can tell you, Evergreen Club, most of the campaigns are run in Hindi. I've experimented with multiple languages, English also being the same, and my results from Hindi communication, Hindi videos, Hindi advertising, has been much better than English, because the nature of my audience, right? Most of my audience are comfortable with Hindi. They are not that comfortable with English. So I have stopped trying to thrust English on them unnecessarily, and switch to Hindi. And in future, when we launch more languages on our platform, which we plan to do, I am also going to run campaigns in Tamil, Telugu, and all other regional languages,
and
because
so
that's what users want.
Pure Hippo, because we provide that kind of a platform where you can work in different language through our multilingual feature, and definitely we have a multi-currency, so the checkout will be very easy for them.
She's
so
giving 1 year free to all the participants.
Right. So I think last word from you, Kriti, on hyper personalization and how Store Repo does that. And I think
Yes,
we'll.
so in today's scenario, I think hyper personalization is very, very important. So brands are aware that they need to understand the buyer buying journeys, and they plan their marketing efforts accordingly. So they want to boost their conversions, and that they, by showing their customers what exactly they want and they want to buy. So this definitely, as I said earlier, through our features, the multilingual, multi-currency, they can do so by creating their website, by creating a presence in different languages, by giving them their preferred language, the currency also, and language. So they can actually build on the relationship for a better engagement, for retention and conversion. So definitely, I believe the hyper personalization is the utmost important feature while you are giving back to your customers.
Shanta, if I could just add to what Kriti said, I think we all spoke about how important hyper-personalization is, and in terms of digital media, right? But I think one single thing, which is, for example, if we put a note with any of your products, right? For example, if we send out saris or blouses, right? And if I know, for argument's sake, it's coming to Kolkata, and if I put like one note in Bengali, written in Bengali, saying, good to meet you, or thank you for buying from us. You have helped more than 16,000 weavers and artisans today by making this one purchase. Written in your regional language can make all the more difference as well. And we've seen this happen. So this one note can also make the difference. As much as an effort people see, people think, kya hai, paper mein likha, fake denge. Most of us at least make the attempt to read it once, and especially if it's in our regional language. As much as I may or may not know to read my language, I'll at least see or ask someone in who, and for example, my mom who knows to read in my regional language, to read and see what have they written for me. And it's come to me in my regional language makes a lot of difference. That's what I wanted to add.
Very interesting. Very
interesting. Right.
Very interesting.
So thank you everyone, Kriti, Puneet, Reshmi, Shivkumar, for really enriching this panel. And I would say that it was very interactive, not the normal, Q&A. I asked the questions and, the panelists responded. It was quite an interesting experience over here. We learned a lot, and knowing about the consumers is going to be an uphill task as the consumer evolves, as the behaviors change, and as more wanted, unwanted challenges they crop up in the ecosystem. So thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you for enriching our panel over here.
Thank you so much for
This session was very interesting and entertaining in equal measures. Thank you, panelists, for your insights. Next up, I would like to invite Piyush Gupta, President Keystone, who will be sharing his knowledge on brands connecting with consumers on Metaverse. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Super happy to be part of this initiative by ArtGully. Thanks for having me here. Consumer, brands, and Metaverse. Three things that I'm fairly passionate about. Metaverse obviously is a new passion, but consumer brands is something which been dealing it for a couple of decades. So always close to my heart. And when you add Metaverse to it, there is a different set of excitement, because I'm one of those who truly believe that Metaverse is going to change the way we consume content online. It's like, what internet did in 1990s is what I think Metaverse is going to do in the coming future. Right? And considering I've been involved in the virtual space for some time, right, I truly believe that it's a new revolution. It's a new concept, but it is going to evolve our life online quite a bit. Right? So super excited to be part of this conversation. And while we are talking about consumer brands and Metaverse, the important aspect that I'll try covering is the connection between the three. Right? Independently, it all looks fine, but how do you kind of make it worth? That's what the key thing is. Right? And what I'm going to do is, in these about 12 odd minutes or so, I'm going to break the conversation into 4 parts. One is metaverse is a concept because it is new, so I would be a good idea to cover that up. Second is why brands should be part of it and why it's important for them to be part of it early than later. Right? How do we make it for masses? That's something which we are doing it, and we're excited to kind of talk about it. Right? And data always play an important role, right? So how do kind of use data, or how will data be used in the metaverse to make the experience more customized? So these are 4 things that I will, cover in this conversation. And if there's anything else that you want to connect, do connect with me offline. So metaverse is a concept, right? Metaverse is, while the concept existed, the term has, become a buzzword over the last 6 months or so. Right? And a lot of things going around. We've spoken to a lot of people on what their understanding of metaverse is, but this is how I think metaverse would evolve. Right? It is a unified world that we're talking. It's a world where one can do everything possible under one roof online rather than going at multiple places and trying to do different things. We did a research recently trying to find out where do people spend time online. And the 5 things that came up: social networking, entertainment and gaming. The third is online learning. That's come up big time. Office, which is all those video calls that happen online, work from home kind of a thing, right? And shopping. Primarily, if you cover these 5 things, you've covered 95% of the time what people spend on metaverse, right? But currently, currently what happens is you're going to different platforms, different applications, and trying to do each of these things, right? And it's kind of, also a waste of time, makes life more complicated. You don't know how much time you spent in each of it. All of that starts coming in. What metaverse is going to do is unify all of this. Imagine a world where you can do all of it under one roof, right? And it kind of gives you all kind of information on how you should spend your time online, whether it was useful or not. How much time you spent in learning, interacting with people, building your network, all of that stuff, right, under one roof. And that's what metaverse would do, right? So that's the unified world. Obviously, there are other aspects of it that it is fairly experiential. So it's not like consumer regular content right now. It's about being as immersive as possible, right? There is a conversation happening where you're like you're part of it, right, inside, and you're communicating with people inside there. Whether that's more effective or not, I'll cover that up when I talk about metaverse for masses. But that's what metaverse is, right? A unified world where it is your world. You feel that it is the world which is built for you, right? So that's where I see how metaverse is going to evolve. The how part will continue to change because there are a lot of people working on different kind of technology basis, what they think would appeal to the masses. But more or less the concept will remain this, right? That's what metaverse would be. Now, while this is there and it is just starting off, there are brands who are jumping on. I'd look at it this way: every day, you'll have one article or the other coming up on metaverse, which means that it is something which people have started to look at it. People have started to make sure that they are part of it going forward. A brand like or a paper like Economic Times writes one article on metaverse almost every day, right? So which means that the brands are now considering metaverse as an important marketing tool, right? Is this the right time? Is this early? Which brand should go in? I think those are questions which people are trying to answer. Right? What I see is what's happened over these 2 years is the progress in digitization. When before pandemic, we were expecting about 7 to 10 years for people, the kind of digitization that we've had. It would have taken about 7 to 10 years to get there. All that has now happened in 2 years, which means that there are more brands online, there are more customers or consumers online. Right? How do you make sure that the brands and consumers are able to connect with each other? Right? Before pandemic, there was a problem of we were talking about as a marketer, one problem that we faced was, okay, how do we kind of break the clutter online, right? And get the right target audience to listen to the brand, right? Which anyways was very, very difficult. And now with so many people online, it's become even more tougher, right? So the purchase, and take purchase as an example, right? A lot of times now the purchase happens with the mindset that, okay, let me buy something. If I don't like it, I will give it back, right? So the brand building aspect is just not there anymore, right? Apart from the brands which have obviously, the larger brands which have put together things already. But otherwise, you are buying stuff, in fact, one research that we did came out that people, about 45% of the people were not even aware of what is the last brand that they've bought. If it is not one of those Nikes and and the more renowned names which are there. So considering that, why do brand have to be part of it? Because what we're trying to achieve is, can we get brands to build relationship with the consumers? And we think metaverse can do that. And this is how, or what our theory is erstwhile when brands were built. How was it built? A consumer who's wanting to buy a product would go to a store, small, big, doesn't matter, would go to a store. The brand would have their own brand ethos spread across throughout the store with their colors and the product and all of that stuff. You get in the store, you look at the product, you try it out, you talk to a executive out there. So the way the executive talks becomes important. Way the product is laid down becomes important. The way you look at the product became important, right? You like it, then you move on. You say, yes, I'm willing to buy it. You go purchase it, and that's where your relationship with the brand started, right? So you bought really because you thought you believed in the product and the brand, right? And then you continue to come back. The brand would connect with you through the whole customer relationship management piece, and the relationship continued. That's the physical world, right? And it still happens in the physical world, and which will continue to happen. But if you were to take that online, how would you do it? Right? Currently, if you go online and buy with the mindset that I'm going to return the product if I don't like it, then you're not really connecting with the brand. What metaverse can do is bring that physical aspect online. It's bringing the reality, which is physical reality, to a virtual reality, right? And you can do all of it. For example, the metaverse that's being built, you can actually, go online, look at the product in a 3D environment, which feels like you're almost kind of having the product in your hand, right? You look at the compare it with different products, once you've understood it, you like the brand ethos because the stores are designed, to communicate what the brand wants to, to the consumer. Right? Then you have questions, you need clarity, you can get on a call with the sales executive out there, have a conversation, understand why this brand, why this product fits you, why you should buy it, more details about the product. When you're convinced is when you go ahead and buy it. When you go through that process, right, you start connecting with the brand more and more, right? And brand starts having a relationship with you, which is not a relationship of one time, which is a continuous relationship. So every time a customer then wants to buy, something similar, would log on to a metaverse, go to your store, and then connect with the executive and go ahead and buy it. That starts becoming, a stronger brand relationship than what it is. Right? You can talk a lot more through experience and engagement in the metaverse store than what you do otherwise in any of the e-commerce, right? And that's what we believe truly a brand can do on metaverse, and that is why a brand should be part of it sooner than later. Right? You can take your own time. You can say, okay, I will, join this bandwagon after 1 year, after 2 years. There's nothing right or wrong in it, right? But the sooner you join, the sooner you understand the nuances of, how you are coming online, how your customer is behaving online, understand that behavior pattern, and then tweak your store accordingly so that it kind of starts, having a regular online presence for you in an experiential manner than just, buying the product to return it, right? That's there, right? And, you know, you can, whether you're a cosmetic brand, whether you're an eyewear, you're a fashion brand, you're a technology brand, doesn't matter. These days, everything get consumed online. So brands, who are really wanting to, give an experience to their customer, metaverse is the way to go about it. So that's why a brand should be part of it. The other piece, what a brand gets is a lot of data about the customer. While I'll cover that up a little bit when I'm talking about data, but the amount of behavior pattern you get about, on your consumer is amazing, which otherwise it's not easy, whether you are in a physical store or in an e-commerce. It's very difficult to kind of get your consumer behavior pattern, on a consistent basis. Here you can actually do that, right? And which means that you can customize your store basis the customer who's coming in, right? You can talk to the consumer in the way the consumer wants you to listen. So that kind of overall impacts the buying behavior and what brands can do online. So that's on the brand front, right? Obviously, and it starts making more sense for the consumer because it's the world which is for the consumer. So it makes a lot of sense. How do you make it for masses? I truly believe that eventually metaverse would be something where it is very immersive, and that's what a lot of brands are talking about, right? Where you create a avatar, you get in, you kind of move around, interact with people, you go shop, you go to a virtual learning center, learn, you do all of it, right? That's what eventually will happen. But right now I don't think the technology is ready for it. If you look at it, everyone is trying to take that route, which is there, where we are building stuff on platform like Unity and few others. Those are beautiful platforms, but they've been built for gaming mostly, right? And hence, when you are using that tech, it's basically very heavy. You need higher internet speed. You need to download a lot of content before you start using it, which for a lot of people is not easy, right? When you create something which is consumer led, it needs to be consumed on the phone, which means that in a country like India, you need to consume it on 4G because 5G is still a distant away. I don't know when it's going to come in, right? And people who are not tech savvy should be able to use it. That's when you get to masses, right? And hence, I think that the complete immersiveness of the platform will happen over a period of time. But what is required right now for people to kind of get to a larger set of audience where you have millions of people who can use it, people who are not tech savvy who can use it, people who are not on fiber or high-end internet can use it, is create a platform which is light, which the UI is simple, right, and focus on functionality rather than only immersiveness, right? And that's what we are building, and we are confident that what we've put together, right, after talking to a lot of brands and a lot of consumers, that this is something which will become for masses, and that's the idea. While we are making something which is immersive to some extent, but we've paused it beyond it because we are still innovating on the technology, which we think is still not there to make it lighter and consumable for masses, right? Imagine someone sitting in a smaller town trying to look at the platform and say, okay, I want to go to this e-mall and buy a product, and then you say, okay, you can't do it on phone, then what's the point? You should be able to use a 4G. With 2 clicks, you should get into a store, and talk to an executive, buy the product, and get it delivered, right? Or the whole omni-channel route, which will also be there. And that is where, while we talk about virtual, a little bit of physical will always be attached to it, where people say, okay, I want to, I like the product, I am convinced about it, but I want to go and see it in the store. So that also is possible, where you kind of go through the omni-channel route and block your product, go to the store, pick it up there. That's also possible, right? But these are all possible when you try making it for masses. Imagine learning, right? There are brands who are focusing on pure learning aspect of it, right? Now, how do you make learning more experiential, right? And more easy and for masses? Again, if you have a high-end tech product, it'll be very difficult to do that, right? So here you go, metaverse allows you to achieve that. But if you use a technology which is keeping in mind that you want to use it on phone and not on a Wi-Fi enabled device only, right? So that's how the whole masters thing will work. UI will obviously play an important role. The other thing which will play an important role is the whole language piece of it, right? So in a country like India, it has to be language friendly. It has to be a local language driven. You can't really have everything in English. If you only focus on English, you know that a lot of people are already out. You can't really connect with them, right? So hence what we are doing is putting up a platform where you can actually convert the language and consume the content in the language that you are comfortable with, right? Which again makes you feel that this platform is for you. I think that's the other thing that we are focusing on, right? And I hope that other metaverses also focus on that, is that, okay, this is platform which is built keeping me in mind and not keeping the masses in mind, right? I think that's something which is there. And metaverse as a concept, along with this theory, will make sure that it is a successful thing. So how do you make it for masses and make it successful? You need to make sure that most of the people, when they come in, they don't want to exit immediately, right? They want to spend time, they enjoy it, right? For example, smaller things, right? When I come in, it kind of talks to me on what kind of music I like, right? What kind of videos I like, whom do I want to interact with, right? And that's only possible, if it is liked, it is kept in mind, built in mind, keeping that, okay, this is to be used by not just a certain set of people who are tech savvy, but across. And that's the next thing that comes in, is data. How do you use data to make sure that this is all, making sense for everyone? So the whole concept of mass customization is going to kind of, is going to come in with metaverse, which means that when you log into the platform, that platform is for you, basis the information that you filled, basis who you are, basis what you do on the platform. Eventually, it's a world where, you are doing things, or it is guiding you to do things basis who you are, who I am, right? I would love to be part of a world or online world where I kind of go in and it kind of, everything is for me. Everything, every music is for me, every video is for me, every product is for me, every learning content is for me, everything is for me, it's built for me, right? So that's what data would do, which, if you look at it, when you are in different platforms, you can't really get that unified access to data. But if I'm spending most of the time in a unified world, then it starts becoming more personalized, right? Imagine a world where, when I log in, there's a store only built for me, basis who I am, what kind of tech product I would like, what kind of cosmetic I would like, what kind of learning content I would like, what movies I would like. It's all built for that, right? And I don't want to, I don't have to step anywhere else for it. The other thing we are trying to build, and the metaverse can do, is online more efficient for everyone, more impactful for everyone. Right now, because of content being consumed in different ways, right, it's very difficult to really consolidate and say, okay, this is how I spent my time online. But because of the unified world we're talking, we can actually, know that, okay, whether you spend more time in learning or more time in chatting, whether you spend more time in, gaming or more time in consuming some kind of content, right? So that's something which data would do eventually, and that whole we realizing, okay, it giving you input saying that, hey, you spent so much time today doing this, is this what you want, or do you think tomorrow can be better for you, right? Imagine a world which tells you that. So that's what data can do, which is there. According to me, metaverse is super exciting. It can do. It has a huge potential and an opportunity for a lot of people to build content in all spaces and create job opportunities and all that. The brands can, really hop onto it and change the way they've been seen so far, rather than just being, oh, I'm a shoe brand, or I sell this product. You can start talking to the consumer in a more experiential manner, which is where the world is going. The world is moving towards mass experiential, which is the most difficult concept to achieve as a marketer. But I think metaverse is going to, take us there, and hence I feel that it is a super exciting space to be in, and I hope more and more brands jump onto it sooner than later and experience what this can do for everyone. So that's what I wanted to share. I hope it added value, and if there's anything that you want to discuss, connect, share your thoughts, do reach out to me. I'll be happy to kind of have a conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really insightful. Next panel we have is bringing in global competitiveness in India's D2C industry. We have with us Lalit Lobo, Vice President Marketing, Bombay Shaving Company, Pavan Gopala A, Chief Marketing Officer, Nando's, Rumi Ambastha, Director Brand Marketing, The Man Company, Utsav Malhotra, Chief Operating Officer, Noise, and Vikas Dosala, Co-founder and Chief Operating Officer, Frazo. This panel will be moderated by Gauri Avasthi, Co-founder, Managing Partner, and Talent Acquisition Director, Digital Edify. Over to you, Gauri ma'am.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So now to begin with my first question, which I would want to put it forward, which is what is fueling the growth of D2C in the new normal? When we talk about new normal, like we mentioned, and we've been discussing through Corona times, how are we looking at doing that? Can I request the panelists, Rumi, Utsav, Vikas, to add their pointers here?
Yeah, so my point of view on this, right, is largely looking at history. The whole space of consumer commerce has been traditionally owned by large players, right? But if you look at from a 20-year journey point of view, technology is the primary leverage that was democratized, right? With from a 15-year point of view, venture capital funds have democratized capital as a leverage, right? And of late, our ability to understand consumers, their niches, and our ability to serve those niches in the most cost-effective fashion is what is largely fueling this D2C growth, according to me, right? And our ability to understand and serve these niches is fueled again by a lot of structural changes, either facilitated by markets or government, be it access to data, be it access to technology, be it access to platforms to engage with consumers. So all of this put together is what, according to me, is driving D2C, which is better understanding of consumers and a better, more cost-effective way of serving those consumers. Yeah, so that's the takeaway.
Okay, very well put, because anyone else would want to share some different point of view also.
I think over the years, with the growth of Facebook,
sure,
and the communities it helped build, and the kind of influencers they helped grow, and the same for the YouTube community. and Instagram and YouTube. I think what happened in the content space, where you had individual content creators, become almost as big as publishers, whether it was PewDiePie in the West, or a lot of big influencers and YouTubers in India. I think this has now naturally moved into the commerce space, right? So in the earlier part, you had fairly large moats, or barriers to entry for individual producers who possibly wanted to run businesses to cater to a niche, or wanted to kind of capture a small part of the market. Was incredibly hard for them, purely from a distribution perspective. But now over time, like Vikas said, it's democratized in the sense that if you have a great idea, you can prototype it and you can test it out uh, using the incredible scale that is offered by platforms like Facebook and Google
Correct.
to reach out to an audience, see
Yeah.
if it works, and then build out your own D2C brand. So I think that journey has obviously been fueled by the growth of Facebook and Google in India, and now D2C has been able to build on top of that. Yeah, so I think
I
that's
think,
the growth.
yeah, I think just what you're trying, what I think Vikas also mentioned this thing, and Lalit, you also mentioned, what we are saying is that digital, I believe, is taking a lead over the traditional marketing, what we were doing then and now. So if we have to look at the scenario, because as you rightly mentioned, there are more scope to experiment out. Marketers are more open in terms of getting an ROI driven approach, rather than what we used to look at a proper traditional kind of a thing. What we had a marketing budget, we had a marketing plan, we used to divide the budgets accordingly and so on. So very well put. I think overall you've covered the pointers, which is Google and stuff. And there are various digital avenues as well, which you mentioned, influencer marketing, and people are going forward for building up the content. So would want to hear some more point of view from other panelists.
Well, I think to add to it, what has really happened is our understanding and approach at dealing with consumer use cases, where surely but certainly the so-called veritable e-commerce 2.0, or what we continue to refer to as D2C, it is getting powered by this one-on-one engagement on social media and through brand sites. There is an inadvertent scope for product customization and experience customization. But more importantly, there is a complete absence of intermediaries where you are able to understand and get a nuance on the consumer behavior. And that is driving a lot of shift in terms of how brands are engaging with the consumers and the other way around. I think that, to my mind, is sitting on top of the digital access, the social media tools, the advent of Facebook and Google, but more importantly, our understanding of consumer and how we are choosing to serve those microcosmic needs and use cases is what is driving the growth today for most D2C brands.
So, Utsav, do you think that we are, any which ways, are we kind of bringing in the global competitiveness amongst the Indian D2C brands? Are we actually looking upon the global outreach or the global way of handling things in these Corona times, what we are talking about?
So I think, Gauri, what is pertinent here is that brands over the years have had a one-size-fit-all kind of approach, largely to serving consumer needs. And more than a global approach, I think a local approach is coming to the fore, where trying to understand consumer behavior in tier ones to tier twos and threes, and thereafter to geographies beyond that, and in different countries where consumers behave very differently and are looking for different solutions, is what brands are waking up to. They're a lot more agile to make those amends and changes and not work with inertia that once existed. So a communication slash a marketing message for somebody sitting in Chennai is very different from what somebody would respond to, let's say, in a Chandigarh. And this is the kind of divide that we've not had in the past, where marketers have had a very overarching, so to say, ATL approach, where it was one message, one product, fit all. And now you realize that with the advent of channels available at our disposal, you are able to hyper personalize an experience and still engage with the consumer a lot closely, speak to them in the vernac language that they understand, pick up lifestyle nuances from their life, and deliver a product that is best suited to them as opposed to a product that the brand wanted to sell.
Correct. I think very well put. I like your some of the keywords which you use, like a global, local, or we say local. The inertia what the brands are putting in. The brands are getting adjustable to the needs of the consumer. They are actually molding themselves as per what consumers want. And some of the brands, they are actually, the agility has got into their DNA, wherein we look forward for the brands. We do a research, we do an analysis, we see what our consumers want, and then probably we try to imbibe those in our marketing strategies. So which is, I think, is a way forward marketing strategy which we are looking at. In Indian D2C brands are evolving as we speak. Yeah. So
Sorry, I would just like to add 3 points.
Yes, yes. I was coming to you.
Resonating some of the stuff that I've already heard from the panelists, and just something from, not really from the marketer's point of view, but I would like to bring this as a customer. Okay.
That's true. Brilliant.
Okay, so what happened is during pandemic, all of us realized what is exactly important in life. You know, the difference between your wants and the needs. You know, the way the whole Maslow hierarchy that we talk about, right? I think somewhere we had reached a self-actualization stage, and it just, the whole pandemic brought us back to the very basic, the bottom of the pyramid, that what is really important. And I think all the D2C brands who were able to humanize their brand during the pandemic really saw a surge, because during the pandemic, it was not just about selling your product. It was about also lending a helping hand. Also about, in a way, trying to create a mentally healthy, stable sort of an environment around you, which, and all the brands who were able to extend that love were able to create a sort of an army of evangelists around them. Because D2C, the beauty of D2C is that there is a lot of real-time conversations that we have, you know, and there is a lot of back and forth of actual emotional conversations that you can have on various media. If you are up for it, you can, right? Those are the things that generally you cannot do if you are a pure retail business. You're not able to do that. I mean, not to an extent that a D2C would be able to do. And understanding all those needs, and later on when you want to convert that person, like Utsa was mentioning about hyper-personalization, that can also happen, because once you have created the like-minded people around you for your brand, the love is there, the emotional connection is there, it would lead to all of that. So I think from a customer's perspective, that's what happened. And another thing that happened is that, at least for grooming brands, I mean, I can really talk from that perspective, because that's what I mean, is that during pandemic, a lot of your avenues got shut down, right? From media perspective, if the traditional media went down, even your traditional, if I may call non-D2C as traditional, your traditional shopping went down, right? So then everybody, suddenly there was this pandemonium, you know, it was like, you know how in crowd, when you go for any sort of concert, there's always a stampede that happens. I think it was a digital stampede that happened. Everybody was there on digital media. There was nobody. Everybody was on digital platforms consuming content. And the
exploitation of digital.
Exactly. I think in a way, but that opened up so many new avenues. I mean, who was talking about podcast pre-pandemic? Imagine that. But now podcast is such a great medium, you know, to explore for marketers like us. And I think that's what happened, because there was over exploitation, or a digital stampede, you may call it. So many new avenues opened up, your vernacular opened up, because people were there to consume content, and they wanted to consume content in the language that they understand, in the context that is dear to them. And I think that's what D2C brands really did, because it all comes from you being agile, right? The agility that any D2C brand has, I mean, that's the beauty, because you're not you're never ever, married to one thing. You're constantly flirting with so many things and seeing what works for your brand. And I think that's what really gave a very good tailwind to all of us. I mean, post pandemic, and I think we're still reaping benefits of it and still learning, in the sense that, are these things still working? Are they still in? Or do I need to move on to the next thing that is taking traction? And I think anybody who's into D2C business would know the new, wave that is coming in from a mile. We
Yeah,
all
yeah.
know.
I think we all have become Captain America. We all have our shoes now, holding it tightly. You come and we will go. Corona, go is the veto which we all D2C entrepreneurs and brands are talking about. So very well put. I think I wanted to hear from a consumer's point of view also. We spoke about from brands. I gave my neutral opinion from D2C as well as from the brands and stuff. Now I think we should move on to our next question, which is related to the first one. How many D2C brands in India do you think have been able to optimize their logistic, their operations, their supply chain, everything to actually reduce their costs? And when we talk about, like Rumi mentioned, that all of the brands literally pulled or push themselves really, really hard on digital to grow because they had to win the battle. So in this tough competition market, how do you think that the D2C brands in India logistically were able to do a cost reduction and manage their operations and supply? Over to you guys. Anyone? I think we can begin with Utsav and then.
So I think, Gauri, there was clearly a case of brands and logistic solution providers having to reinvent themselves only because we were looking at volumes that were unprecedented. So newer means had to emerge. Also, I think we have to take into account the fact that expectations of consumers sitting at home now impatiently waiting for parcels to arrive at their doorstep.
I'm sure for the brand like yours, Noise, people were, because it was a blessing in disguise for you guys, because people had to go onto online modes. No, Utsav, people had to go onto online modes. All moms were worried buying microphones for their kids. Or kya chahiye tha? They were listening to songs, movies, OTTs, plenty of things, yaar. You must be rocking in business.
Correct. But you had to ensure that you were getting the products not only inbound in time and managing a correct inventory planning at a time where demand saw an inordinate surge, but also ensure that people got their goods on the same day, if not the next.
Correct.
And,
that was important.
For them, for you to be able to solve for it, I think that was the biggest challenge because, see, the tough bit here is that whilst over 50% of the e-commerce volumes or D2C volumes today are coming from tier 2 and below, right? Where we don't necessarily have the best connectivity to be able to enable next day delivery. So brands had to weigh in on delivering a great experience versus saving cost. And I think sometimes you have to look at it from a perspective of what is more important to a brand. Where are you trying to replicate inventory over locations and hence enable a next day delivery? Or are you trying to save those 10 rupees and be in a situation where the experience for the consumer gets compromised?
Correct.
And I think the sheer last mile delivery enablement and logistics reinventing itself to a 2 hour or a same day delivery, I think was the biggest innovation that we saw over the last 2 years, where now you can literally have stuff at your doorstep in 10 minutes. So I think for all practical purposes, it was more about ensuring that brands planned their inventory right. The standard hub and spoke models were gone. You had to think of networks and the impact of inventory being available at different locations that could serve deliveries on an express basis, and service providers providing for the hyper local connectivity where a few hours and the goods are at your doorstep. became the norm. And I think these are some irreversible changes, regardless of people getting back to work. Our expectations have been set from a very consumer experience standpoint at a level where I don't think this is changing, and it's only going to improve from here and on.
No, so because if I have to add there, during the Corona time, deliveries were getting affected because about the zones what government had created, red zone, orange zone, green zone. So the zones were created, deliveries were getting, but I think the D2C brands put together, all of them, commendable job. The way they were couriered, the way it was delivered with all proper sanitization happening and stuff. So I think because being a customer, being a consumer myself, I have ordered so many things. We ordered a watch by Noise and the amazing collection of watches.
We had to set up a process.
You had to plan. Yeah.
Set up a process where via API integration with logistics partners, we were getting the deliverable codes on an everyday basis.
Correct.
You knew how many locations were in what quadrant and hence prioritize deliveries accordingly. So we had to be where a consumer could walk in on the website, put in the PIN code and actually check as to when they would get their delivery or not. People could pre-order, and at the first instance, we enabled deliveries to their doorstep. So we've gone to those things and done everything that was in the capacity.
And I'm sure this must have been aligned with your channel partners also, your omni-channel partners, which is Amazon and Flipkart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Very.
There were brands who actually maximized omni-channel during this period.
Absolutely.
Who had physical stores that were converted to dark stores, and deliveries were enabled from there. I may not be the best person to talk about it, but I'm sure there are others on the panel who saw that happening.
No, your watches on Amazon was selling like hotcakes. I had to wait for 15 days to order another one.
I hope that continues, and trust me, the next time you order, it will be 15 hours.
Crossing fingers. Amazing. Thank you, Utsav, sharing that feedback or sharing that overview coming from your end. It's highly commendable. Anyone else? Pawan, would you like to add something on this?
I think compared to what he just said, the category that we are in requires you to deliver the products in less than an hour. So, it's sort of not an option for us because we are in the perishables business, right? Correct. So I think the heat is on. There are a lot of challenges which I think brands still need to figure out when it comes to these express deliveries, because that's where you're actually sort of eroding your gross margins as well. And the sort of demand, thanks to everything, and I'm in sync with everything for the previous discussion which was happening on what is fueling this growth, the demand is going up. For you to be able to manage consumer expectations and to be able to deliver, you need to start getting a lot more cost conscious at this point in time. Logistics could be divided into two things. One, across the supply chain, which is sort of an easier puzzle to fix compared to the last mile delivery, which is where the costs are skyrocketing. And I think in terms of doing that, setting up, and that's where the hub and spoke model still works for us, where you need to be present as close by to the consumer as possible. And look at even the 10-minute race that's happening. And we as a brand are available on all these quick commerce platforms too. So the switch that they made about a year ago, I remember Instamart started piloting this out about a year and a half ago. Right in the midst of Corona, where they realized that it's better for them to set up those pods or dark stores, carry a lot more inventory. So demand forecasting in our category becomes extremely important. Once you get a hang of that and you're able to sort of keep inventory, which is in line with your demand forecasting, massive portion of the battle is won. But further optimization and better planning in terms of deliveries, logistics, things of that sort still need to be seen. There are many brands who seem to have cracked it well. Like I know of a brand here in Bangalore, which is Akshay Kalpa, which delivers milk. And they seem to have done a fairly good job in terms of optimizing their cost in terms of delivering it. Whereas a lot of other brands are still working towards it. I think it's a marriage of volume, demand forecasting, and being as close to the consumer as possible, which will sort of lead the way. But there's still a long way to go. There's still a long way to go, because as you start to scale, you'll start looking at gross margins at some point.
Absolutely. Needless to say, and there is, we've already got our learnings from the past 2 years. We all are prepared. Like I mentioned, we all are shielded very well. and we are ready for the challenges coming forth. Yeah.
Yep.
So any other panelists would like to add something on this particular question on the logistic part? Can we hear from you, Lalit, on this? Would you have a point of view?
So yeah, I mean, I think we've moved into a realm where one day delivery is going to become the norm for most categories except, grocery, which will then become 1 hour delivery, which and happen outside of the big metros. So you have to live with that. I think we as a brand also adjust. So we are not just a D2C brand as of today. So 30% of our revenues come from offline retail, right?
Offline
So
retail.
we started out as D2C, but now we are a pure play FMCG brand. So we'll be wherever the consumer purchases from. We're seeing a lot more, quick commerce taking up what traditional retail, used to, do in terms of supply and demand fulfillment. So we are present on all channels. So while D2C is a very important, channel for us because it's our own channel and it enables us to understand consumer better than anybody else because we have all the data there, and also helps us to, put out products and test them out before putting it out on the bigger marketplaces. For us, it's very important to be there across channel. And as the panelists mentioned, I mean, last mile delivery costs are going to increase, and I'm sure there'll be innovations in the space which will enable, this demand fulfillment and this very urgent need for uh, young audiences nowadays do not want to plan even a day ahead, right? So even if Amazon gives you an option that you'll get your delivery maybe 2 days later at a 10 rupee discount, I'm not sure how many people are taking that option. They still want that 1 day delivery. Even on Instamart, as a consumer myself, I have that option of saying, do you want it delivered in 20 minutes or you want to wait for 2 hours and get it delivered and you'll get a discount of whatever, $15. I have never chosen that option. So I think as human beings, we've now got into this space where faster is better, and we'll just have to live with that and have to work our, unit economics and costs to manage this kind of, consumer behavior.
So do you actually feel like is that, since like you mentioned that most of the D2C brands are following this on delivery, quick delivery, faster delivery, it's kind of comes like a pressure on other brands also. Like if my competition is doing, or there are other brands which are doing, or you just want to stick to the kind of strategies, the marketing, the inflow, outflow of how the plans are done, or we as marketeers, do we any time given point of time come under any kind of a pressure? I'm not talking about the normal pandemic or normal corona times. We all were under pressure for that. So
Oh,
I
yes.
don't think it's pressure. It's just, sorry, go on, Bob.
Sorry, go ahead, Lalit. Sorry.
Okay, so I think it's just being nimble on your feet. I think the reason all of us here are here on this panel is because we've kind of taken up a space which the big brands were not able to fulfill, right? Which is like
Correct.
doing things really quickly, testing it out, and providing for customer, needs which the big brands weren't able to provide. And now, as we scale up, we need to maintain that nimbleness, whether it's in terms of supply side or in terms of last mile connectivity or the kind of offerings we're going to offer to our consumers, right? So it just
Right.
keeps us on our toes all the time. Of course, it's a lot of work, a lot of constantly looking and seeing like which channels to focus on, which new channels are opening up. Now whole social commerce is blowing up. Every 2 weeks we're adding on new channels to our mix. It's just providing us a lot of extra stuff to do, but end of the day, I mean, uh, you have to be where the customer is. So I think that's not going to change, and
Correct.
brands, and there will be innovations in the delivery models, in cost effectiveness. I'm sure local markets, local retailers are also going to innovate really soon, right? So local commerce is going to take off. Like nothing stops the local market from aggregating and saying, I'll provide you that service your local kiranas, which say an Instamart would provide. So those things are bound to happen. You're going to see innovations in the delivery space, and
Sure.
all of us will have to be in sync with that.
Absolutely. Pawan, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think like Lalit said, the local markets and the local kiranas are definitely going to lead the way in terms of helping sort out this issue. But I think overall, Gauri, like you said, when some other brands, it could be even in a different category, when they move the needle, it sort of sets the expectation of the consumers high.
Absolutely.
Catch up to it. And what's happening is it's no longer about whether that need is explicit or not. I think everybody is trying to bridge the gap between desire and fulfillment very quickly. I mean, if you look at us as a generation, we are very impatient, right? I mean, you want to watch something and what, it's right there. You want to download something, it's right there. That entire gap between desire and fulfillment is what I think everybody is going to go after. And there's a lot to wait and watch and see how it works, but it definitely puts pressure every time there is something in terms of a tectonic shift which happens. If something gets proven, like the 10-minute deliveries, whether it happens in 10 or not, as long as it's getting laid out, the expectations of consumers have gone up. So express deliveries, the pressure that you are put under to sort of match with that goes up. And it's not just about fulfilling it from a delivery point of view. Different categories, different brands, and different products have different needs. I think we need to work towards that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it all said and done, it adds up to the customer's delight. The more and more the brands are just trying to make their customers happy at the end of the day. So I think that was a wonderful thought process and the points which we shared on. So now moving on to our next question. We keep talking about these consumer diversifying experience. So brands are working towards that. Do you think that this is any which ways disrupting the retail industry? What are the different ways what the D2C brands are adopting to diversify, like we all mentioned? I think some of the pointers were already covered in our previous discussion, wherein it just went on and we all were having our point of views shared here. Are there any particular adaptabilities or any specific ways defined by D2C brands which actually are disrupting in a way to give that experience to their consumers at the end of the day? Vikash, can we hear some pointers from you?
Hi. Yeah. So see, we at Frazo, we are a fresh fruits and vegetables brand.
Yeah.
Right. We are a hyper local brand. We have our own dark stores. We have our own delivery fee. We deliver to consumers in 90 minutes. That's our express promise. And with and this is something that we did pre-COVID. COVID just facilitated rapid growth for us. And today, whatever we've done, we have run multiple experiments in terms of enhancing customer experience, being there in the shortest period of time, getting the largest range, and so on. I think the largest amount of learning that we have done, right, is with respect to understanding our consumers better. There are multiple ways in which we have been able to create newer experiences for consumers, and it definitely has a rub off on the experiences provided by alternate channels that are competing in the same category. And I think that's exactly what Pawan also mentioned, right? For a customer, from a consumer point of view, the moment they start quote unquote taste bled, there's no going back, right? Uh, for uh, uh, for few customers and few specific use cases, now means 10 minutes, not for few, in other few cases now means 30 minutes, in maybe few other cases now means 90 minutes. But now is not beyond today. Inevitably, almost all consumers today are demanding whatever products, services that are required by them have to be delivered today in a certain sense. And that is the largest diversification of experience, I think, that most of the D2C brands have facilitated over the last 1.5 to 2 odd years, which is making it available right now, right? And more, and I would say, as in the Prazo or the likes of Instamart have been on the forefront with respect to creating these experiences. The other dimension that I would like to share is in terms of our ability to engage and understand customer change in customer preferences. A lot of D2C brands, rightfully so, because the traditional channels were not able to scale during COVID, got launched, got scaled, but only a few of them have seen the reality of life post COVID. And these are the brands that have been able to understand the change in consumer preferences, understand the need of creating newer experiences for customers, and have been true to that demand by delivering on those expectations and experience. So my point of view on diversifying experience for customers is more around creating better convenience, understanding consumers, and delivering on that newer understanding. And that is what has allowed a lot of D2C brands to hold on to their own in post-COVID reality. Right. So that's the way I would like to put it.
Because just to add on to that, very beautifully expressed, but like Utsav also did mention, and Rumi also mentioned in the earlier questions, that you rightly answered the question from a consumer's point of view. The brands do change there, and they have to be agile. Okay, they have to be agile in terms of how they're adapting to the consumer's demands or experience. Now, but we're talking about from your kind of a business, as well as what Pawan also mentioned, the kind of business what you guys are into, it's more perishable. You can't hold on to your stock for long. So I'm sure there would be some kind of challenges, because deliveries might have got affected that point of time also, because there were restrictions from government. I'm talking about the COVID times, restrictions from on the time that then the lockdown will start. So how did you manage as a challenge? I think that is something which right from a consumer's or from a brand marketer's point of view, I would want to understand, as well as our panel would. What is that challenge and how did you handle that? What was the planning for that?
See, again, I would lean on two answers given by both Utsav and Pawan, right? I think at the end of the day, it was all about disciplined planning, right? Discipline to drive meaningful cost metrics, and planning to ensure that the whole company is in sync to delivering it to the customers, right? And this is where I think D2C brands have proven time and again that they are different from the traditional setup, where almost all of the teams in the company come together to deliver on that one single promise to the customer, saying we'll deliver it in so and so time. And I think this very basic cultural fabric in D2C brands is what helped us overcome the difficulties of COVID, right? COVID, through like while D2C quote unquote, the nomenclature is all about ability to engage as a marketer directly with the customer, right? I feel if you get the supply chain also involved to be direct to the consumer, most of these COVID problems that we faced were overcome by integrating our supply chain end to end, taking control of supply chain, better planning, and that's how we were able to deliver on our customer promise. Okay. Thankfully, we were in a space where we work very closely with farmers. That additional focus, that addition. See, off late, again, this is deviating slightly, but off late, I am also seeing a lot of consumers really value, and maybe COVID helped it, really value sustainable way of doing business. They trust brands. They love brands that believe in sustainability of environment, sustainability of livelihood, sustainability of products that they use, and so on, the whole cyclic economy. And I think we working directly with farmers, bringing the most fresh produce to consumers at their doorstep, coupled with great talent and tech to integrate our supply chain end to end, allow us to overcome the challenges during COVID. Having said that, we did have our challenges, but this additional focus of consumers to support brands that live towards making sustainability viable business have supported us. As in, they have pardoned us wherever we made those mistakes. But I think, yeah, to a large extent, we were able to overcome that. Thankfully, due to our own
which is a good thing. So I think the spirit of putting it together, like you very well put, that the entire company thought that we have to deliver this particular product to, when the company from right from A to Z is thinking of delivering and giving that customer delight at the end of the day, will definitely reap you those profits. So if it's just sitting back, chilling in your room, will not help you grow your numbers. Very well put. Can we have some thoughts on this, Rumi, from your end? Because I think your is also very interesting category we are talking about. How do you think that were any new defined from norms or ways were defined from your end, from your brand's end, to kind of delight your customer, diversify the customer experience?
So we are also not only a D2C brand. We are also present. I've got a very robust offline presence. So possibly 40% of our business would be offline. While obviously your own website is there, marketplaces are there. But one thing that we've always talked about internally is that grooming products, especially male grooming products, you need to experience the product. A lot of, unless because it's very unlike women cosmetics, right? Because you know the kind of cosmetic that you want, you know the smell, you know the texture, you already have a pre-decided mind of the kind of flavors, I mean, in the sense, the scents that you like. But this category is still in a, I won't say it's in a nascent stage, but it is nearly there. It's exploding, yes, but there's still a lot of education and awareness that happens, and that to an extent you can do from your digital media, but your offline, whether it's your own stores. Now your own stores provides you with that ability of giving a more experiential feel to the customer, because I think that's what D2C brands have more control on. The kind of people that you place, the kind of training that you give them, the more control that you have on that, the more seamless your communication, your content, your marketing, your ethos, your values, everything goes to the last mile. And I think that's what any D2C brands like ours would know, that if you're opening your own exclusive brand outlet, so that's where the actual education will happen. The actual experience of the product will happen. The touch and feel would happen. While the person may feel you anywhere, may come across you anywhere, but ultimately, though, if 60% of my business is online, you could possibly say that most of the business is happening there, but he might be experiencing it is probably at a modern trade, right, at a shop stop, or any of those places, or maybe at a lifestyle pharmacy chain. Maybe he's experiencing it there. But it's the owners of a D2C brand to make sure that the experience cannot differ. If that person is talking to you on your Instagram DM, or whether he's talking to you on Twitter, versus how he is talking to you, or the kind of response that he or she is getting offline, cannot differ. So I think those are the challenges, because the more control you try and keep on these things, the more promises you have to keep, the more expectations will be there from the customers, that I would never feel that, okay, I am talking to TMC here and I'm talking to X over there, right? So that's a huge challenge. And I think I just wanted to bring a point about the logistics bit. I think this question will differ a lot from business to business, because in grooming, yes, there is a general belief of I'm going to put in my basket right now, and next thing I want to hear is a doorbell. Yes, that is there. But having said that, I think there are multiple other factors which we learn from our customers, that though they want quick delivery, but they want safe delivery. And I think that's what happened during pandemic. You were more worried about it being no contact, safe, sanitized. But the person who was delivering, was he vaccinated? What is the kind of safety protocols are you following in your warehouse or through the entire logistics? I think those pointers became hugely important, and it's not going to go away. There is no going back to how things were this is the normal now. It's not a new normal. This is normal. This is what it is. So I think that is where we took on. I'm sure most of the D2C brands took very, very serious steps, of not just timely delivery but also safe delivery.
Okay, that's very well put, Rumi, because safety was on a priority for all of us, being consumers or being the brands itself. They were thinking for their consumers, and that's the reason we were able to make everyone happy, like we have been discussing with other panelists also. Utsav, I would want to understand or know your thoughts on this. How did you manage to experience or give the experiences for customers? Yes, please.
I think I'll start by saying that disruption is a bit of a misnomer. It's the ability of D2C brands to remain agile and nimble and open to act and pivot that just separates us from the traditional legacy brands. And I think any move, so to say, in terms of adapting to the circumstances, goes down as a disruption, right? Because the fact is that, like Pawan was saying, and I completely concur, that the moment there is a change brought about by one operator or one brand, that pretty much becomes the baseline for other brands to follow suit and set the start matching the expectations from the consumer perspective.
Yeah.
That said, I think the fact is that during the lockdown and the last 2 years, these were inordinate circumstances. So we've all had to adapt and come up with a lot of changes in terms of how we've approached our businesses. And that has happened in various facets. The business model at large. I mean, you can go around the room and ask that today, whether it's a traditional legacy business or one that came about 6 months ago, there is a significant chunk of the business that comes from their own website. There is a significant chunk that comes from digital commerce. So the business models have had to adapt. Similarly, I think there's a lot of disruption that happened in terms of how we are communicating. I think the fact that most of us here realize that now we are having to rely on video content over everything else, or for that matter, package content within 15 seconds, or for that matter, wake up to the fact that there will be a medium known as podcast that will be watched or heard for that matter, actually. So I'm just saying that there are newer avenues that have opened up and brands have had to adapt. So every single change that has been brought about, whether it was the reels or the podcasts, whether it was product innovation, and by product, I will tell you a very, very interesting example where the moment we were all holed up inside, we realized that being a consumer first brand, it was a golden opportunity for us to connect with our consumer. We started engaging with our consumers on Zoom calls, like literal virtual focus groups, for us to be able to feed off those insights and develop products that came about with use cases that people were feeling when they were stuck in their homes. And we delivered products, right? So imagine the connect that brands got to build with ways that in ways that they could manage to adapt with circumstances that they were exposed to. So to my mind, everything that has happened with brands trying to cope up with these inordinate circumstances are real disruptions. How many of these sustain or not over the course of time, depending on the business or the brand DNA, I think is really a question here now.
Absolutely. I think very well put. All these tough times have brought us, the marketers, the entrepreneurs, the D2C startups, already established brands, very much closer to our customers. We were just behind the curtains, which, like I always used to tell my management in Fab India, that we need to come out, we need to cajole our customers, we need to make them feel that we are here for you. We are not here just to collect your money and give you your shopping bags and move on. So we need to connect with the customers very well. And I think that's the brands who evolve, the brands who innovate, who are very agile at times, are the brands which are growing up. So very well put that way. Should we move on to a next question now? Or we have someone to put their point of views? This was quite an interesting one. Okay, moving to another one. We see that there has been a lot of D2C brand emerging over time. Okay, so now related to the same question, how soon will we see a global D2C brand emerging from India? Do we see that all these amongst the panel we are talking about, we are talking in discussion right now, as well as there are a list of huge D2C brands who have evolved, who have come, established, going to establish. All these brands are already there. And what will it take them to achieve this feat? It's a very interesting question put together. So can we have Lalit to have his thoughts shared and then over to other panelists?
Yeah, so I think at least in the product space, I can't say so much about services. There has to be something uniquely Indian about the products we are offering to the world, right? So, I mean, we've had the Shehnaz Hussains of the world who many decades back went out to the West and sold a lot of product without the internet because they had a very unique product. And that's again something we discuss at the Bombay Shaving Company as well. Do we let's focus on building some products which are so uniquely Indian that the Western audience, not just the diaspora, but you know, people in the West and all over the world just find it very, very unique and compelling. And could that come out of the, you know, great heritage we have of, you know, fantastic ingredients and herbs and, you know, medicinal plants out of India? Could be Ayurveda, could be something else, but packaged for the world. I think it's very important to build something very uniquely Indian, which can, where you use global best practice to produce and use technology, but there has to be something very unique that you can offer to the world that's currently not out there. I feel at least in the product space, in tech it could be different, but at least in the space we are in, I feel that's what can, you know, create a market for us outside.
Definitely we should, because like you mentioned about Shehnaz Hussain, she herself was an influencer. उस समय कौन सा, there was hardly we could see any influencer marketing, any YouTube handles, any reels talking about. She used to apply her own pack. She used to just come up with her, and she used to just carry that aura around her. So like we hire influencers to do these jobs, she herself was an influencer. So definitely if we brands, if the brands are getting set up, the D2C brand holders, the custodians, they themselves becomes the influencer. They themselves are coming forward and talking about their brands, and forget about being media shy. Oh, media shy, being media shy, sari zindagi padi hai, we all can be media shy. We can sit at home, but I think when it's the time, we should all just buckle up our shoes and come in forward and talk about the brand and connect with our customers in a rightly manner, so that we can understand their feedback. And very well put by Utsav also, that they connected with their consumers. They did live chats, they did live feedback sessions with their customers, which actually enhances the product, the way the customers are thinking from, what the reasoning is or what their likes or dislikes is. So I think we need to have amongst ourselves, we need to influence our customers to actually do that scaling of the product reaches the cart and then to the payment gateway. So that's the process I think we should look at, being D2C brand holders. So how about Pawan, if we have to ask you, do you think that there is any D2C brand which is still top on the cards, or you think that this is the one which is kind of there to reach the chartbusters?
I actually don't see any reason why any of the companies here, especially Noise, the Man Company, Bombay Shaving Company, as long as you can get your product market fit right, I think there's tremendous scope for the sort of products and the categories that they are in. It's slightly a different challenge for probably Vikas and me, where unless you're closer to the supply chain, it becomes very difficult. But you know, I am a user of you know, Noise as well as Bombay Shaving Company. Sorry, Rumi. It's just that I've not had a chance to use yours. And I
feel that the products are really good. An analogy that
Don't
I
worry,
would,
please send me your address. Let me change you.
and I really think that the potential is there if you can get the product market fit right. In fact, the very next question that is pending, which is to do with what can the government do, is probably make sure that access to capital at very low interest rates and tax ops are given to a lot of the entrepreneurs and the D2C brands. I'd like to give an analogy, two analogies actually. Both of them are probably very interest driven. One, especially watches, there was the advent of micro brands over a period of time, all of which have become very global, and through the dint of their own innovation in terms of product and the quality of the product, it's taken by storm. I can be sitting in Bangalore and order a watch from France. And same was the case even with the e-cigarette and vaping business, which actually started the entire D2C wave probably 10, 12 years ago. Everything that we are seeing today was something that they've done where a couple of companies based out of different, I mean, you could get a product from Greece down here. So I definitely feel that products which are not constrained with, let us say, shelf life related issues, products which don't need to be very close to the source, definitely have a potential. It's all about establishing a product market fit. It's all about understanding what matters to those consumers. And I wish, we are eager to see an Indian brand out there, especially in the consumer space. I think it's only a matter of time. We should make it happen.
Absolutely. I also feel we have very positive feelings since we all actually are we are getting vocal for being so local, and there's time that the brands at least is going to be, I feel there's going to be a plethora of brands going up the chart busters, not even one single brand.
And those products that I use are fantastic. So I don't see any reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think since you touched upon our very interesting question, how do you think that, or what more does industry and the government need to do or build up that ecosystem where we can support these upcoming brands, the existing brands, D2C brands, or the other brands also, the startup brands? Since we have, apart from D2C, we have brands who are looking at the other ecosystems also. How do you think that are we just talking about the normal rules and policies and regulations being filed in and they are just available on the Google top listings, or we actually are seeing some brands utilizing government's policies? Are we talking about from the Western countries when we talk about, and why do entrepreneurs look up to the Western countries? Because yes, Canada is supporting entrepreneurs. Yes, New Zealand is supporting entrepreneurs. So there are countries which are doing their best to support in terms of giving them interest-free or low-interest loans or grants from government's point of view. They are giving various amount of flexibilities in terms of the startups or in terms of for entrepreneurs. So what do you think that, do you feel that there is a hope or there's a scope where we all are looking forward to?
Definitely a scope. I'd actually want to hear from my colleagues on this as well, because from what I know, it could be pretty limited. There are a lot of grants, there are a lot of SOPs, and there are a couple of things that the government has initiated over a period of time. But if you look at any business, there are two sides to it. The back end, which is probably the manufacturing, the production side of it, and then the front, is the actual, retail distribution or e-commerce or whatever you look at it. There's nothing available in terms of funding or subsidy for the front end side of the business, which is what is absolutely important for scale. I think there is a need to also the industry in itself to get together and sort of make proposals. And there are government bodies, there are, the CII, the FICCI, there are many such bodies where you could actually approach them. There are many things, like, for example, I don't even think there's an industry body for some of the things, some of the brands that are already there on this panel itself. I think we are highly underrepresented. We need to go there. We need to talk about it. There are people who will. It's going to be a long process, but if you're patient at it, then definitely there could be something which comes out of it.
Definitely, I believe so.
I think we are underrepresented for sure because we don't know where to go, what to talk about. At least in the category that I am in, it's a pretty old category, so there are bodies. But something newer and more new age, I think you would need to be represented in those forums and start the dialogue, start talking about it.
Absolutely, very well put, Pavan. Because I also feel there's a gap where yes, there is seed funding. Sorry, there is angel funding. There is, but what happens to when the startup is struggling in that bootstrap mode, when no one is trusting you because you don't have funds, you don't have funds in your account to help the salaries. You can go without salary, but not your employees. As it is, there is a trust factor which happens to be once the brand is up, it's selling high, then people come and negotiate with you on offers. When you start a business, when you launch a brand, you are on the other side of the table negotiating for your brand. Oh, it's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be 5 years down the line. It's awesome. It's like this. So you are the one who are negotiating and throwing offers. So anyone else on the have a point of view on this? How industry and government needs to build up an ecosystem to help support D2C brands, our upcoming entrepreneurs?
Hello.
Yes, Vikas, please. Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to state that we have been one of the beneficiaries of uh, not direct government support, but for one of our first investors. Uh, Even the first round was done by GVFL, Gujarat Venture Fund Limited, right?
Because your partners are villagers, since you mentioned. Yes, that's the reason. So they, at the end of the day, they want to support the farmers, not you.
So at least they've taken that bet that there is a new startup in this space that is a different bet vis-a-vis the type of bet that the government bodies used to take. And I think that we have been a beneficiary of that, and till date GVFL is an investor in our company.
Yeah.
So I just want to state that upfront.
You are in a better position.
Yeah,
Yes.
both me, like Pavan said, both our industries are very old. There are enough government bodies.
Correct.
I think in this space, it is all about figuring out a way to build the right case, both for the government body and for yourself. And that is where the alignment start happening and things start panning out for both. Because all said and done, even the government bodies are trying to figure out ways to deliver on their services to the larger ecosystem, to consumers, to their consumers, who might be farmers, who might be people like you and me as well, in the most efficient and in the most scalable fashion. And that is where building a use case both for them and for us actually helped us partner really well. And I think that is something from our side. Yeah.
I'm sure it would have, and definitely would have worked out for the kind of business you are into, but must have taken a lot of time, because the government policies and the processes, it takes time. So that's the reason people want to actually apply for private sectors and rather than going for public testing. So
Again,
probably
I would say we were lucky there.
you are lucky. I mentioned that. I told you that's why. That's the reason.
So this whole process with the government body also didn't take much time. They really acted as any other VC out there. But yeah, again, this going by the experiences being shared, this seems to be an exception. But yeah, there are.
So I should reach out to you then. I will have your number on my fast dial list.
Sure,
the moment I launch my D2C brand, you help me connect to the government officials. All right.
Fair enough,
Yeah. Right. Rumi, would you like to add something on this? Since you and Lalit are in the same kind of business and the category we are handling.
I don't think so. I'm the right person to honestly answer this question.
Huh.
Maybe Lalit can take this up.
Lalit, would you like to share your thoughts on this? Do you feel that industry and government are doing anything for people like us who are upcoming entrepreneurs?
I mean, there has to be a symbiotic relationship, right? Because governments at the end of the day, representatives, whether at the state level or district level, need to generate employment. And purely from that aspect, there are a lot of startups, which are creating real employment in the country and who are working across, whether it's agriculture, whether it's industry, manufacturing. So I think it becomes very critical for very smart governments, and not just while the central government can lay the broad, guidelines and the laws, but the state governments, for example, in China, individual, district level representatives actually go down to B schools and engineering schools and get back their, smartest brains who've gone to the US and UK to study, and attract them with presentations that come back. We are going to offer you so many SOPs to come and, do your manufacturing, do your innovation back in China, right? So we'd love to see that happen in India as well. We of course work with, like, I think the initial problem is a lot of young people with a lot of great ideas and the will to execute run out of funds very early.
Correct.
Very few are fortunate to be able to raise Series A. So a fair amount of, hand-holding support in terms of capital to that set of people. And then for people who are better funded, support in terms of reaching out to markets beyond India even. So for example, how can, the Ministry of External Affairs help in, reaching out to markets, doing these fairs, showcasing our made in India products and companies in Western countries. There's a lot the government can do and does as well, but obviously there's a lot more to be done. But as entrepreneurs, I think we all are working very nimbly, trying to figure, like, for example, we already sell in Nepal and Bangladesh, and there's a lot of demand coming in from the Middle East. A lot of our products, we have ingredients like turmeric and charcoal, and Man Company also has products like these which do really well in some of these countries. So I think it's all up to us, but government help will definitely help.
Brilliantly put. And like Pawan did mention that we know, but there are gaps where people are not aware about things. So I believe there is always a 3 E's mantra, which I always use: educate, engage, and experience. So what is missing is from an industry ecosystems point of view and a government's ecosystem, if there are ways, if there are policies, then people are not aware about it. We should talk about it. We should be holding up organizations like a FICCI or like Startup India kind of a thing. So we should have an entrepreneurial startup kind of an organization where each entrepreneur kind of helps other one, because they all have gone through the same life cycle, right? They needed some trust. Someone trusted them, put their funds there. The brand is up and running. So 1, 2, 3. So each one teach one. That's the TOI feat which they started up with. So I think if all entrepreneurs put together the vision, we come together. And it's not that India is the first one to do. If you see the Western countries, I'm part of a couple of international groups on LinkedIn, and I see that the kind of database of, they talk about anything which they are launching or innovating or any kind of suggestion. It's all part of shared together, and people come forward to help a person who is trying to build up, be a product, be a service industry, whatever. So that is something which is kind of missing out, which I'm sure with the vision of all our young startups and the D2C brands and the panelists we have, the vision is high and we should all achieve towards that. So anyone else who would want to add the viewpoints here? Or I should look at summarizing the session now. All right, so I think we had amazing session today, and the panelists did share their beautiful thought processes, very appropriately put, keeping in mind their brands, keeping in mind the consumers, the way we are focusing, the way the government is working towards covering that, or the norms what the industry is setting in. So I thank you everyone on behalf of AdGully as well as sharing the dice with me and sharing your thoughts here. And it has been beautifully done. I think the thoughts were very well put together. So we look forward for connecting for more sessions in future. Thank you and have a great evening, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sure there were quite a few gainful pointers for the D2C industry. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your knowledge. Moving forward, now I would like to welcome Ashish Bajaj, Head of Marketing, MediBuddy, who will be sharing his opinion on how digital healthcare platforms can create long-lasting engagement with customers. Over to you, sir.
I am Ashish Bajaj, Head of Marketing at MediBuddy, and I'm here to talk about how digital healthcare platforms can create long-lasting engagement with their consumers. Before jumping right away into digital healthcare platform, I think it's important to understand that any kind of platform that needs to build long-lasting engagement with their consumers, the first and most important thing is, how is my product and services talking to my consumer? So is it adding value in their lives is the most important factor when we are talking about long-lasting engagement with our consumers. And that's very much true for even the digital healthcare platforms. Apart from that, apart from having the best possible services or products for the consumers and having a very high use case in their lives, it's important that the users who are coming onto my platform, we have a good engagement strategy and content creation for the consumers. So basically, if we talk into the digital healthcare domain itself, I'll say in-app messaging or on the platform messaging plays a very important role. Post your services and product have hooked the consumer. Now, when I'm coming to the platform, it's important that the platform provides me the right information. The platform tells me more about the testimonies or about the blogs related to what I am looking for answers onto the platform when I've come. That usually builds a very long-standing relationship with the consumers, or I'll say a long-term engagement with the consumers. Apart from that, it's important that not only your consumer will come and or follow you onto your own platforms. There are numerous other ways that a consumer can be linked to a brand. Now, when we come to digital healthcare, they might be following on your social media. They might be looking at information that are outside of your domain, but are still provided or has a stamp of trust of the brand as well. So you need to then talk to them in the language they understand, given the point that which media channel they are consuming you. So for example, if you pick up social media, Reels is one of the biggest examples of very high engagement with brands. Of course, it's an upcoming platform. All the brands are looking at how to, efficiently make the best out of the channel. But if I'm coming there as a consumer, I have a very different output in terms of content. I'm looking at a very, very short format content in terms of answers for the problems, or in our case, digital healthcare, I'm looking at right kind of quick information about any of my diseases or patient issues. Overall, when you have to build a long-lasting relationship with your consumers, content is always the king, and it basically helps you connect with the consumer at multiple touch points and at too many layers of a consumer mindset, right? So from there, like I give you an example, during the COVID wave, between the COVID wave 1 and 2, we did spoke to a lot of our consumers in terms of what is going on in their life in general. We also saw a lot of mental health issues coming up. So our counselors were also constantly talking to their patients. But from an output point of view, from an understanding of what's happening with consumers, came out to be that, of course, everyone was confined at their home. And everyone has aspirations of how we used to live life earlier and we want to live now. So we built up a campaign, a beautiful campaign, which helped, which we termed as Fight for Freedom. and we contemplated it with saying that how our ancestors or freedom fighters fought for our freedom in 1947 for our independence. And many years before that, the uprising happened. And taking a cue from there, we thought it's the right time to educate people, saying that, of course, this is a fight for our freedom, both from a point of view of fighting from COVID, but also that we were now confined within the four walls of our home, and we were not able to go out. We picked up topics like that we used to play over the weekend with our friends, couple getting married, or we saluted the delivery guys who were actually taking all the risk and coming and delivering your groceries or food to you. So that becomes a very interesting take in terms of how you listen to what your consumers are going through. Basically understanding their current environmental needs, and if we can build a content level platform or content basically in terms of connecting with them, and it can be delivered to them through multiple channels, then not only through your app, but through your social media, through friends and families. So this becomes very important for any platform, any digital platform, and it was equally important for us. So we did saw a lot of movement in terms of engagement, not only views. People were sharing it, people were engaging with it, and they were creating their own content around it. Moving on, not only from a content point of view, it's very, very important to add human touch as well. Now, say for instance, in the entire patient journey, if we are helping out the consumers in terms of their smallest of queries, of course, a chatbot can easily do those things for you, because you already have a repository of FAQs, which usually to a dependent issue, what are the kind of first level questions that people ask or patients ask. But we believe that human touch actually solves the best in any case, in terms of when a person has a lot of queries in their mind. And when it comes to healthcare, it is we feel that it's most important that there is a human touch with the patient or the patient's family. This allows you to build trust with the consumer as well, or the patient as well, and it usually gives the right kind of information, or at least gives a patient the point of saying that I am not now content in terms of my queries are now answered. On top of it, I feel above all of this, I feel maintaining consistency is the most important thing when you are working with a consumer in terms of having the lasting engagement. You pick up any brands who are now 100 years old or 80 years old into existence. What they have done correctly is maintaining consistency with how their outlook towards their consumer is, and how they think about what all we discussed about, being their product and services, being their content positioning, being their visibility on different channels. They maintain huge consistency in their messaging. And I feel these are some of the examples that we have tried at our end in terms of building a lasting engagement with our consumers. And I hope it helps everyone out there in terms of looking out for their own consumers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very interesting. Next up, I would like to invite Ankur Gatani, Vice President, Growth and Marketing, WebEngage, who will be speaking on the topic, how to create hyper-personalized strategy. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be on this conversation with the team at AdGully to really look at how hyper-personalization can be very powerful and impactful for your business. And how do you do that without getting into any debates around privacy, around how The world is now responding to cookies. A good fact is really the idea that you actually have a lot of first-party data on the customers who actually come to your platform and give you a lot of information that you could leverage. The reason why personalization today is extremely relevant is because of the way times have changed and the way the customer has evolved. There was a time when all of us were with our neighbors, perhaps glued to the same screen, watching the same show together. And if there were breaks and there were advertisements being showed, we would all remember the parachutes and the Nirmas and the Vico Vajrajantis. Today, half of you guys probably are listening to this conversation with probably one more screen active. And that's the reality. That's a consumer. That's a distracted customer of today. So if you want to make sense to this customer of today, you have to probably learn from what the biggies are doing as of now. And that's where you look at the examples of the likes of the Google and the Facebook. They've actually demonstrated how very powerful utilization of data can make a massive difference to how even basic level campaign performance metrics like click-throughs can work differently. Yeah. Typically, when we see marketers wanting to go on a journey of doing personalized experiences, they get overwhelmed by the silos of data that exist in the system. And just to give you a quick context on what kind of data that's available to you as a marketer, you actually have a lot of data points available within your system. And I just wanted to highlight a few things. Just a very plain vanilla order history of a customer can be so powerful as an element of personalization. Likewise, the whole information that you have around the user's behavior on your platform, what did he spend time browsing, where did he enter the website, at what point did he leave the website, what pages did he spend the most time on, is so powerful. You can actually deploy these elements across a bunch of communication strategies, which end up adding up to the whole personalized experience bit. So one of the things I typically like to say is instead of getting overwhelmed, you typically would consider starting small and collecting some pieces of data, you unify them with the user information, and then you deploy it to your purpose. And if you were to create this loop effectively, you can keep expanding on the kind of personalized experiences you're able to offer to customers. So you don't have to necessarily start in one big bang way, one fine day where everything becomes personalized. You start with a small thing. You start with making sure that the emails that are going out to all of your users are personalized. Of course, then you can keep expanding across channels of communication and eventually end up having a very 360-ish affair on your website as well as your mobile apps, where every single screen that the user sees is actually meant for him in a very personalized fashion with all the data that you know about him. So maybe instead of doing a lot of theoretical work, I thought it'd be great to delve into some examples, and I'll try and break them down as to what they are, how they are made, and how actually an e-commerce company or a D2C brand could deploy it to their advantage. So let's look at what's happening on this screen here. We have a mail that has come in to a user, which is about new arrivals in Nike. Now, a new arrival as a concept is appropriate for some kind of customers, people who actually like new arrivals. So if you were to look at the go live date of a certain item in your catalog when it became online and with the time which the user bought it, you probably know that this is a user who actually buys new arrivals consistently. And if you've been a user, if you've been watching your users and their purchase or their browse behavior, the kind of brand searches they've made, the kind of products they've added to their wish list, you probably know the preferred brands of that user. So if a user actually likes to buy new arrivals and he actually likes the brand Nike, they imagine the kind of conversion rate impact, just the open rate and just the click-through rate impact of this email compared to a bulk email, which is about everything on your store, right? Now, if you look at the conversion rate impact of this, it's quite interesting. It is anywhere between 4 to 6x more, let's say, click-throughs compared to what you would get on a blast email. Now, what's happening here is the coming together of a few elements, from data perspective. You have the transaction history, you have the click history of what are the products people are looking at, or what are the people adding to their wish list or their cart. You have the catalog information because you need to understand the new arrivals. You have the pricing information from the catalog itself, and then you have the propensity of the user in terms of the preference for new arrivals, right? So that's all the information that's coming together. But then at the end of all of this, the communication that goes out becomes very personalized, and that becomes a powerful source of click-throughs. Yeah. Moving forward to one more example. Now, this is a very interesting one because this actually is not entirely obvious to a lot of marketers, but when you deploy this at scale, it can have massive impact. Now, if you look at people who have a certain outlier shoe size, and most e-commerce companies have this challenge of the cut size, as they call it, that your mainstream sizes, the L and the M, will probably run out of stock, while you'll be left with a lot of inventory of the non-mainstream sizes, right? So let's say it's a shoe size 10, which is, I mean, still mainstream. Maybe I should use an example of shoe size 12. But what's happening here is you understand the user behavior in terms of who has actually searched for a user size or filtered for the size 10 shoe, and then who's eventually not bought it. And now if you have a few pieces of that size left with your system, you could actually just send out a message to those guys who will land on a sale page specifically focusing on this particular size of the shoe. Now, once again, imagine the conversion funnel impact compared to 70% off on the entire catalog. The fact that there's a clearance sale on size 10 shoes given to a guy who actually wears size 10. So automatically he sees this as an opportunity. You could create a degree of urgency around this as well, because there are 2 pieces left, which is where the inventory information comes in. So if you see the right side of my screen, it's essentially about all the information that's coming together to make this thing really work, right? And you could do this with not just email, but across other messages formats as well, whether it's WhatsApp or a push notification. And the conversion impact you will see could be quite amazing. So looking at this is a whole contrasting term of one size fits all messaging, which we believe to be a passe. It's a thing from the past which you should consider stopping entirely. Okay, and one of the things we believe to be extremely interesting is what I was doing on the website half an hour ago is way more powerful and way more relevant to my intent than what I ordered a week ago or 10 days ago. Now, of course, one might consider that there'll be repeat patterns based on the categories, but the reflector of intent essentially is what I'm spending time on right now, which means if you were to think about real-time interventions while the user is doing something is where it could get interesting, right? So the 30-minute example in this case probably is around the idea of what the user added to his cart, what he was searching, what he was spending time on, but did not complete his purchase. Now, this is actually pretty straightforward in terms of what people can do with just the cart information or the wish list information, where the user is not completed the transaction. You'd be surprised at the dollar value most people leave on the table by not doing a great job on abandoned carts. This is like a half purchase done. You only need to nudge the user a little bit forward, and the whole purchase gets completed. But most people don't end up doing a great job at this, which is kind of where this is like an open secret of sorts to improve your conversion funnels. Okay. And something very simple, it doesn't necessarily start to seem in the light of personalization, but if I am somebody who opens my emails at 9 a.m. in the morning when I get to my office, or if there is a pattern in which I click links on the emails or the WhatsApp messages that I've gotten, it probably makes sense to orient your messaging to that side. Now, there was a time when people would do experiments around a broader audience that this is being done at 9 a.m. in the morning for the entire audience, or this is being done at 4 p.m. in the afternoon because people come back from the coffee after lunch and all of that. But the fact is, different people have different preferred timeframes. So there's no point trying to optimize with an A/B test for the entire audience of 1 million odd people that what is the best time to send to all of them. There is no best time to send to all of them. You need to cut this down. You need to send this to each individual depending on his preferred time. And if you think about the fact that there's technology now available to capture this information as well as deploy this information, it's not that hard. So if you look at the whole idea of recommendations and how this can actually be deployed in terms of how customer patterns really work, maybe you just know intuitively about some things, that if somebody's ordered a pair of swimming trunks, likelihood is they'll want goggles. But what do you do about every single category you have in your system? And that's where, if you were to deploy data at scale, you'll understand that a majority of people who buy category X would likely buy product Y after that. And that's what should become a part of your subsequent cross-sell communications. And this is, again, personalization talking at scale. You utilize the algorithms to make sure that you operate in the price bracket, the preferred brands of the user that you're talking to. And the next best action can actually drive a meaningful cross-sell, a meaningful increment in your engagement. I was talking about this whole response in real time bit, and this is a very interesting and very powerful ability now that you have available across tools and platforms, because what's happening right now, and you want to do this and you want to intervene about this 30 seconds or a minute later or even 30 minutes later, may not necessarily have the same impact. Now, let's just take an example of a shoe website. I'm not, hopefully violating any copyrights here, but you're on this particular website, you're eyeing these pair of shoes, they're slightly expensive, but you like them enough, and you probably have just come there second time, and you've just gone through all the ratings and reviews and all the material here. You spend 5 minutes reading this up. Yeah, so you're pretty much a high intent customer for this platform or this product. And imagine now what happens, right? You have a little pop-up and you are able to buy this and make this transaction quickly as long as you do this in 30 minutes. There's a meaningful incentive for you to complete the transaction because the intent is already established. You're here for the second time. You've already spent a certain amount of time on this page. And there's a sense of urgency that's created. Now, of course, one could deploy this for a very large audience profile, or one could choose to do this only for a small audience, which you could classify using the RFM metrics, or you could utilize the risk of churn and propensity scores, and that's how it could pan out for you. So this is a very simple bunch of use cases that I thought might be interesting for people to emulate from and consider deploying personalization at scale for their own platforms. The fun fact is you normally imagine that these things will create magical impact, but they don't necessarily do that individually. What happens typically is across your entire experience, when you look at the email communication, the WhatsApp communication, the website itself, the homepage of the website, the key visual on your website homepage, or the mobile application. Across all of these places, there is room to deploy high quality segmentation and high quality personalization basis the user's transactions and behavior history. And all of that adds up to a very powerful impact on your conversion funnel. Now, you don't have to go very far to understand examples of what's happening in the world, because some of the screenshots I would have taken are from the companies that are doing this in real time in a very, very effective fashion as of today. So you look at the likes of the Amazons and the Googles and the amount of data they have available about you as a consumer, they deploy all of that data very powerfully. So would you be surprised to know that the conversion funnel at Amazon ends up being very different from the conversion funnel that a typical D2C website gets? Of course, there's a lot of trust and vintage and history to it, but in terms of just the experience of it, the way the user is habituated to expecting a set of things to be personalized is very different. Right? So maybe if your website homepage had the products which the person was browsing in his last session, it just serves as a quick reminder, it probably saves him a click to navigate that product again and then to go add him to the cart and then convert. So the lesson really for product managers or entrepreneurs or startup founders who are running these platforms is to actually make sure that you're not dependent on one big bang change to really make a difference to your conversion, but you're literally making these little changes at every possible interface you have with the user, which ends up being a more wholesome, personalized experience. And the word hyper-personalized can be a little overwhelming, but if you spend enough time doing these little elements of personalization, at the end of, let's say, even 6 months and not necessarily 5 years, you'd end up being ahead of the curve on several elements in hyper-personalization. That's all for me for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Our last keynote speaker for today is Samarth Bajaj, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder the Designers Class, who will be sharing his knowledge on sustainable fashion, busting myths, innovations, and strategy to expand the consumer base. Over to you, sir.
Hi, I'm Samarth Bajaj. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Designers Class, which is India's first digital education platform based in different verticals of design. We started off with the aim to democratize and disrupt design education across the world. What I'll be talking about today is about sustainable fashion and how the challenges that the industry faces and how you can, how to manage consumer expectations and how to communicate to consumers from a sustainable fashion perspective. The phrase sustainable fashion is used very commonly in today's world. And while that's an absolutely great thing, the ambiguity around the word sustainable fashion is also significantly present. Not too many people know what sustainable fashion truly entails, right? According to me, the applicability of sustainable fashion in today's world can be and requires to be on a much larger scale than we imagine it to be at. When we use the phrase sustainable fashion, we subconsciously think of very niche, high-priced brand, making very typical type of clothes, using very typical colors. While in reality, that's not the case. The true goal of sustainable fashion will only be achieved when sustainability is imbibed in every facet of fashion. And I think that's very, very doable. It's common knowledge that fast fashion is one of the foremost contributors to pollution on a global scale. Yet fast fashion brands are growing exponentially at a growth rate that we couldn't even have imagined, much quicker than they ever grown. There are a few fast fashion brands that are in the hundreds of billions. And that while that's a little scary, don't get me wrong, I'm not against companies making money per se. Companies are built for growth, companies are built for profitability. But at the same time, I think I strongly believe that these companies need to lead the way in making fashion sustainable, and they're the ones with all the resources to be able to do so. And we can make sustainability exciting for people. These companies can go out and make sustainability interesting for people by doing a whole bunch of things. So I actually have a three-pronged approach to the way I view sustainability and how it can be, how the goal of the fashion industry becoming truly sustainable and contributing to social impact can actually be achieved. The first step in this process for me is reshaping consumer behavior. That's the most important thing. For decades now, our films, the content that we've seen on screen, on television, pop culture has portrayed reusability as being extremely uncool. It's not been perceived as a thing to be done, to be perceived to be a part of popular society. And this concept has been magnified by social media. The exposure of social media has really trickled down from an age group perspective, has really infiltrated from tier 2, tier 3 perspective. Everyone has gone against the concept of reusability, more so because of social media. And this created the need for cheap clothes to be catered to, a large demand for cheap clothes to be catered to, and that's where fast fashion kind of came into play from. But I think it's very important now for the fashion industry itself to become a leading player in reshaping this mentality into making reusability cool again. We've all grown up in a generation where we got hand-me-downs, regardless of where you came from. We wore what our elder siblings wore. We wore it well. We looked very good wearing it, and I think we were pretty fashionable at our time. So I don't see why this generation can't be taught of how reusability can be cool. If you look at the diamond industry, for instance, the diamond industry has national and international bodies that really contribute to pushing messages that they really want to push. I think the fashion industry can come together, create bodies that really push the concept of reusability, really reshaping consumer behavior, consumer thinking into how it can be done, and why it should be done. And you have influencers today. We can use the very platform that created the issue of fast fashion to a certain extent, which is social media. You have so many influencers. We belong to a young generation that actually pushes the message, that really appreciates positive messaging, that reciprocates to brands that put out messaging that have positive social impact. So brands can actually come in and cater to this audience, cater to this mindset, and really make a positive impact on this mindset and reshaping how we perceive clothing, how the new generation can perceive clothing, and how they can really reuse their clothing. And this consumer behavior, once it's changed and once the fashion industry once the celebrities that have created, you know, airport looks and red carpet looks and all these looks that have been created, if they talk about reusability and if they lead the way on portraying how they reuse their clothes in an everyday life. Now, because of social media, the exposure so high, you can actually communicate that, okay, when I go to an event, I wear certain clothes, but in my everyday life, I actually reuse a lot of my clothes. I like reusing my clothes. I wear it in different ways. I find it interesting to wear it in different ways. If the celebrities, if the influencers of today's world, if the fashion industry, if the big fashion players in today's world lead this entire messaging, I believe will have a massive impact on the industry, massive positive impact on the industry, and a massive positive impact in the long term on the brands that partake in this very initiative. So I think the first thing that we need to do as a society, as an industry, is really educate people on how to be sustainable as consumers, how to rethink the way they look at clothes as consumers, how to reuse their clothes as consumers. That's the first thing. Once you change consumer behavior, brands and companies have to change into incorporating sustainability in their being. You know, the second important, you know, prong in the approach is the government itself. You know, we are seeing some climatic disasters that are happening in the world right now. I mean, just look at the heat wave in our country right now and the intensity of that heat wave. They're numbers that we've never experienced before, you know, and it's really scary. The government has to really step in and take notice and address every issue that is creating climate change, that is creating global warming, and fashion is sadly a contributor to that. So I think the government really needs to step up and do something, you know, in curbing this issue created by fashion. You know, I think I'd like to follow the Singapore example. You know, there's an old joke that says that Singapore is the finest city on this planet for the simple reason that they have fines, they have exorbitant fines for every untowardly act that someone might do. You know, but jokes apart, I think the same approach can be highly effective in pushing companies in the right direction. You know, punish the companies that don't incorporate sustainability in their very modus operandi. You know, heavy fines on people who do not incorporate proper sustainable practices in their manufacturing process, in their entire selling process, in their packaging process. Create bodies that keep a close eye on the compliance and on the regulations that have been formulated by the government that have to be followed by manufacturing units, by companies, in their messaging, in their manufacturing processes, in their way of functioning. If they don't adhere to it, you know, penalize them. If they are not sustainable enough, you know, even after following certain procedures laid out, if the company doesn't believe in sustainability as an end goal, include them in a higher tax bracket. These are things that will deter companies from not being sustainable. You know, on the other hand, on the flip side, reward companies that are imbibing sustainability in the essence of their culture. You know, give them tax exemptions. You know, put them on a lower tax bracket in general. You know, give them subsidies, give them support to be sustainable. So any company that is imbibing sustainability in their very root should be rewarded. So I would follow the punishment reward kind of model to really direct companies towards the direction of sustainability. It's a little harsh, but it's the need of the hour. You know, we are at a point, or we are approaching a point of almost no return, or we're already at that point of no return. But we as a society, as a world, need to do everything in our power to kind of get there. And I think the government needs to take a lot of onus in helping us get there. You know, just as an incentive, maybe, you know, take Bhutan as an example of how they created the happiness index, how they measured their company's value through the whole happiness index. If we start measuring companies through a sustainability index that is created and marketed very smartly, that adds benefit to the company's brand value. Depending on where you rank on the sustainability scale, and it's very possible in today's day and age, like I spoke about positive messaging being the core of today's generation. Whether it's you're talking about body positivity, whether you're talking about gender equality, all these topics have been spoken about so largely, have been incorporated by brands so largely. Why is fashion falling behind? Fashion has all these topics to talk about, and sustainability is the biggest one of them. We actually have an entire course that we've taught on sustainability that matches commerce with sustainability, because at the end of the day, as a company, you need to sustain your commerce, but you also need to be conscientious at the same time. So the government can really create some very interesting parameters that can be marketed and that companies adopt as part of their culture and really move towards that direction. The company needs to reward companies who do it and penalize companies that don't do it. And I think that is what will eventually happen. The third step, and this is the most important, absolutely the most important step for me, is what the companies themselves can do. How can the companies have maximum impact in creating sustainability in the fashion industry? Right, I think the fast fashion players have so many resources just from a money perspective, that they can reinvest into creating and researching more sustainable options of functioning. Set up proper R&D labs, like you have pharmaceutical companies that invest heavily in R&D, and that's how they progress as companies. I think fashion companies can do that, and it's the need of the hour. If you have big corporate players in the fashion space that invest in R&D to develop new sustainable materials that can be manufactured at cheap prices, sustainable brands then can take advantage of this particular technology to really make, because the one issue in a pure sustainable brand is that the price point becomes an issue. But if there are cheaper sustainable materials to work with, if there are cheaper sustainable practices that can be put into place, then sustainable brands can get the mass scale that is required for them to become key players in the industry. So if the big corporates can invest heavy money in R&D and then branch out into probably starting offshoot sustainable brands, probably merging with existing sustainable brands and growing them, I think that's the long play for any company to survive. So I would strongly suggest that if the government gets involved and pushes companies that they have to allocate a certain budget to R&D, and the companies themselves need to develop a conscientious culture, mindset that the profitability has already been achieved. How do we kind of use that and make sure that our future branding and the world's future also go hand in hand? And I think investing in R&D is one way that they can achieve that. Fashion tech. I think fashion tech is another initiative that is just not received the kind of exposure, the kind of interest that it should have received. Every other industry right now, be it education, be it medical, be it delivery or logistics, anything, has invested so heavily in technology and in tech enhancements. Fashion has not done enough, while the requirement is very, very large in the fashion industry to incorporate tech. And incorporating tech can actually lead us to our large scale sustainable goal that we want to reach. Simple ideas that can be put into place is, if we come up with an advanced made to order system. Today, dead stock is one of the biggest reasons for us to be for the fashion industry contributing to pollution across the globe. Right? How do you manage your inventory systems with advanced made to order systems where clothes are made only when an order is placed? And today we know garments can actually be made in a day, a t-shirt can be made in a day, but how do I use technology to enhance that system of logistics, the systems of manufacturing, where my garment is made to order and I have no dead stock, hence nothing being thrown into the landfills in billions of tons, right? So I think made to order technologies are something that really need to be worked on. Virtual trial room enhancements, maybe using the Web3 as an experience center where your avatars, develop to a place where you yourself can see yourself trying on a piece of clothing and ordering it without having any brick and mortar requirement. Reduce the pressure on the land, reduce the need of people having to come into a space and then using the virtual world that is being created and every other industry is using to become more sustainable, to become more developed in not requiring any material, any space needing to be built. So virtual trial room enhancements, using the metaverse to really create experience stores, to reduce brick and mortar kind of requirements, and sustainable packaging can really be enhanced today. Packaging, especially when it comes to the luxury sector, and even when it comes to the mass scale operations, high street fashion, packaging is a very important part of the branding. How do we use that to spread the message of sustainability? How do we make our brand sustainable in general? If we invest in the R&D of doing this, and also in the communication of doing this, I think we can really reach our goal of sustainable practices. The second thing goes back into spreading the consumer behavior of reusing clothes is one element of it. How do companies make reusability cool? Today, technology and fashion tech can actually make that happen. It's not only a mindset, but now you can actually enable them to own clothes that are cool to repeat, that can be used differently to repeat. So from a large corporate perspective, I'd give the example of what BMW did with their car recently, where they came out with a basic film that goes onto the car that changes color to any color at the press of a button. What if that gets incorporated in clothes? Kunal Rawal did a very interesting line, which was, he did two actually very interesting lines. One was, this material that was called his solar collection, which changed color depending on whether you were in the sun or whether you were in shade. So if you were in shade, the garment looks white in color. If you go into the sun, it turns into a pinkish color, and they had a few colors that it would change into. Did the same thing with neon kind of clothing, glow in the dark clothing. So when you're in the light, it's a normal embroidery kurta that you see, but when you go into a darker room, it actually has elements in it which start glowing, so the garment looks completely different. How can you incorporate that on a mass level now? Companies really have the technology, technology to leverage on to achieve this in garments itself. They just have to have the initiative to do it, and then reusability becomes that much cooler, because I change one piece of garment. Play maybe on margins and not so much on quantity. That's something that I would really tell companies to do, innovate from a design perspective, and make reusability cool. That is one way that we can really achieve it. Now, coming to sustainable brands per se, the typical what we call about sustainable fashion brands that we perceive to be very niche right now. I think sustainable fashion brands, what's happened to them, one of the biggest issues is that we've gotten stuck in an imaging rut to a certain extent. No one is trying to do something different from what people perceive sustainable fashion to be. When you look at a sustainable fashion garment, to a certain extent, you can identify that this is a sustainable garment fashion, sustainable fashion garment. But how do we break that image? It's very important for sustainable brands to now invest and innovate, invest in design. How can you make your garment have mass appeal? From a design perspective, there needs to be a lot of money invested into research of market research of what people want. Don't just make sustainable garments because you think it's the need of the hour, but what does society want as a design? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're selling as fashion, right? What does the society want from a design perspective, from a sustainable fashion brand? That's how I would start with. And I would shatter the glass ceiling and move away from stereotypes and rebrand and rethink sustainable fashion, align myself as close as I can to the mass appeal of some of the fast fashion brands. from a design perspective, from a marketing perspective, from a communication perspective? How do I align myself with mass appeal, high street, fast fashion brands, but incorporate the core of my of sustainability, break away from the typical colors of the grays, browns, navy blues that are used in sustainable fashion per se, and move into maybe brighter colors? How can I become a cool, quirky, sustainable fashion brand? I think that is something that that really needs to be done. And then once I've achieved that, from a sustainable brand, I would heavily educate people in how to reuse my clothes. How to pair because that's what it's all about. People want to look different at any given point in time. They don't care if they go and buy a new outfit. They'd rather not buy a new outfit if they can make it look different 10 times. So if we invest in the messaging and in the content of how to educate people into heavily how to reuse my clothes in 10 different ways, and also the design of the clothes is conducive to be reused in 10 different ways, I think the sustainable fashion as a dream can really be achieved. I think the need for sustainability across the board, not just in fashion, is unprecedented. And we are we as the fashion industry are in a very rare moment where commerce is now conducive to meet consciousness. The challenges to achieve wider scale sustainability are a lot, but the solutions are there. And I think the solutions are extremely exciting. The solutions also require a lot more companies to come in, tech companies to come in and support fashion, sustainable brands to really rethink themselves, the fashion industries and the big corporate players to really rethink themselves and be path breakers in what the future of the fashion world looks like. So I think if the three big giants, which is the sustainable brands and the corporates, the government and the consumers come together and everyone makes an effort and thinks in terms of innovation, thinks in terms of tech, and thinks in terms of revolutionizing the industry, we can achieve our goal of sustainable fashion where commerce meets consciousness much quicker than we really expect.
Thank you so much. And that was very interesting and insightful as well. And now with this, we come to an end of the second edition of CMO's Charcha 2022. I would like to thank our speakers, audience, and our presenting sponsor, Adfactors, without whom this event would not have been possible. Before we sign up for today, I would like to make a very special announcement that Imagix 2022 Summit and Awards, AdGally's premier event of the PR and communications industry, will be held in the month of June and will be held on ground in Delhi. See you all at the event.